All right, everybody. Good evening. We're here, right? It is election day. Finally, it's been a year. Now we're kind of back into the groove of things. So, welcome. Thank you all very much for joining me today. Um, I got in late to the game this year, but here we are. So we're gonna go over some of the things I've seen today. So the only numbers that I saw come in for election day were from Virginia. And that was from this site here called State Navigate. Excellent site. Go ahead and check them out. They had a live stream where they were actually showing the numbers. As a matter of fact, I can pull what they have up here. So they actually had some guy calling in to the election offices in all these counties and getting updates about how the votes were. So kudos to them. Somebody on here in my chat or in the comment section of one of my videos actually mentioned the site, and thank you all very much, whoever did that, because they've been an invaluable tool for what I was able to look at today. As a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and look at some things. For example, so there was one county. Okay, so Fairfax City right now has 98% turnout of what the election day turnout in 2024 was, the presidential race. Falls Church at 99%. So, all right, so what are we going to be going over tonight? Okay, our first polls close in 26 minutes. Obviously, we have the Virginia governor's race. Okay, so I've been watching all the numbers come in today. And not all of the numbers are in, and it's based on this site. You can see they have a lot of counties that did not have data. And some of those are Republican counties, but smaller Republican counties. Some of them, like Norfolk, are bigger Democratic counties. So there were other, Hanover, more Republican. Okay, so we did see the numbers that were coming in were a little bit stronger toward the Democratic side. All right. So I'll talk about where I think this race is going in a few minutes, but I just want to go over the races that we're going to talk about. So we are going to talk about Virginia. So I have the NPR site up here to see how they're doing. I also have the New York Times. I resubscribed to the New York Times today. So we're going to go ahead and see what happens there in Virginia. Also, if you want to follow at home, if you want to go to the, in fact, I'll even put this in the, I'll even put this link in the chat. If you want to follow at home, you're seeing that this State Navigate website has the margin for Spanberger at 11.2%, double digits. Also has Jay Jones winning the Attorney General's race. But I'm kind of interested in these House of Delegates races, like this 30th district right here. If this number's at 11.2%, could the Democrats get supermajority in the House of Delegates in Virginia? Maybe. Okay, but let's not put the cart before the horse. All right, so also at the same time, the Virginia polls close. Remember, we have elections in Georgia, right? So for the Public Service Commissioner. So we have two elections. We have the 2nd and the 3rd district. It's a statewide race. The Democrats have not had somebody on this commission since 2002. So we're going to see how this actually plays out, see how this works. So we're going to be watching the Georgia races as well. The next one that we're going to be talking about are the Pennsylvania Supreme Court retention races. We have 3, get rid of that. We have 3 of those. So we'll be looking at those and seeing how they turn out. Wait, did it show 4 maps? No, it showed 3 maps. Okay. So we're going to see how those pan out. Then we have, I think, the one that everybody's talking about, actually the next one, everyone's talking about New York, right? Let's be that. But I had New Jersey up here. So we do have the New Jersey gubernatorial race. We'll see how that goes. The legislative races should give the Democrats a majority. There's really no issue with what's going on in New Jersey at the legislative level. It's all about what's happening here. Now, I don't know what happened as far as voting on election day. So I'm not going to make any, hypotheses as to what's going to happen in New Jersey, but it was good in early voting for New Jersey, as I mentioned before, and I'll go ahead and throw it up here again. We still had in early in-person voting, the Republicans were significantly behind compared to where they were in 2024. So this is a good thing. Then we have the New York City mayoral election. I don't know why I just say mayor's election. It's just putting those two vowel sounds together can kind of be a pain in the ass. This will be, I think, the one that everyone's going to be watching. Polls close at 9 Eastern time, 8 o'clock Central here. So we'll keep an eye on that. And by the way, I'm also on Blue Sky. So I've just started, I've been on Blue Sky for a while, but I just started actually posting on it. So if you want to follow me on Blue Sky, please go ahead. But the reason I bring this up is I said, this is my opinion. If Mamdani gets over 50% tonight, especially if he gets 55% plus, that should be the green light for AOC to run for the U.S. Senate against Chuck Schumer in 2028. So we'll check in on Blue Sky and all that and see what's happening. You can go ahead and follow me there. I'm going to be doing a lot more of Blue Sky. All right, so then we have the Minnesota race for mayor in Minneapolis, okay, which we talked about that before. We have, let me show all the candidates because there's more. So look at how many there are. Omar Fattah is the one we're going to be watching against Jacob Fry. And remember, this is ranked choice voting. So this is not going to be just what we see now. It's going to be ranked choice. We're going to see how that plays out. This one will take a little bit, actually a lot longer compared to the other ones. Now, there is another race that we're going to just kind of keep an eye on. There's some elections going on in Colorado. And there are a proposal here to raise taxes for school meal programs. I'm really interested in looking at that from a progressive point of view to see how that actually pans out, how that actually works. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Then we got Prop 15 in California. Those polls are going to close at 11 o'clock Eastern time. I think they close 8 o'clock locally. Actually, they should say it right here. They should say when the polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. Okay. I actually have my Red Bulls here. I'm ready for a long night. Okay. So that's what we have with that race. Then we have the mayor's election in Seattle. Again, from a progressive's point of view, this one I think is going to be really interesting to see how the progressives do. Katie Wilson is definitely the progressive candidate in this one. Can they pull off the win here? We will see. And besides that, I'm waiting for some exit poll numbers to come out of Virginia. I figured they would have had some other exit poll numbers just based on, certain other questions. I'm seeing them right now on CNN. Don't know what's going to happen there. But that's where we are at today. That is where we are at tonight. So yeah, now it's just a matter of waiting. So while we're waiting, I can just say I have a Patreon there. If you'd like to join my Patreon, I do a history channel on elections, as well as the Patreon for this. They're all the same thing. If you want to join and be a Patreon member, please go ahead and join. You'll get the content and early access content to my history stuff, which has been a little bit lagging right now, but I'll be getting back to it in as soon as this election's over. You can also join my Substack also. And if you want to show support for the channel, as you can see, there's a little thanks button down below. Any super chats that will come up today, I'll definitely prioritize those and answer those questions or read out those comments. So for those people who have over the last few days been giving to super chat and all that, thank you very much. I'm trying to get some sort of motivation to continue doing this after election day. In all fairness, I think after the last election day, a lot of people were just frustrated, pissed off, and just exhausted. But I think today's going to get us a little bit of energy. It's going to give us wings, right? So what do I think is going to happen in all these. Again, I don't know. We don't know what can happen on election day. What I'm really interested in seeing is, has the electorate shifted? According to my Nowcast model that I have for Virginia. Now, as I mentioned in the Virginia one, and you can look at the bottom left of your screen, this is what they had. I only could get the information from what they were able to get here at State Navigate. So there are a lot of Republican counties that were not included, but then, like I said, Norfolk City and others weren't. I'm expecting, in my Nowcast model, is saying with the numbers that they have, and not all these numbers are even up to date. Like some of these reports were at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 10:30. Okay. I'm thinking that the Democrats in Virginia, the Nowcast model is saying about, again, 8%, but with these numbers. 8% for Spanberger with these numbers. But again, these numbers can change. We don't know what the final number is, but the trend looks really, really, really good. Okay. I've been extremely happy at where things have been today. Now, does that translate to other races? Who knows? I assume so, but we have no clue. So yeah. Also, have my tea for today. Oh, and by the way, if you do join one of my Patreon memberships on my channel at the history professor level and higher, after I believe 6 months or 8 months of being a member, I go ahead and give people a mug from one of the many presidential libraries or other places that I visited. I got all the mugs like back here that I'm ready to give to people. So if you ever want to do that, if you ever want to join, please go ahead and join. All right, so we have 15 minutes. I do not know how the numbers are going to pan out. I don't know how quickly we'll get results. I looked at the 2024 election for New Jersey and Virginia, and it didn't seem like they had a big group of early or in-person early vote or vote by mail done immediately. It didn't seem like they had that. It seemed like they kind of counted them on election day. So we might not have this big boom of votes. Like unlike Florida, where like with Florida within an hour and a half, you could have 75% of the state done. Okay. So that is something that, yeah, we'll keep an eye on. We'll keep looking at it and see what happens. But I am very happy. I am very happy at what we're seeing in Virginia. But that is the only thing I can go on. I do not know what's happening in other states. And what we'll do is we'll look at the NPR site. We'll probably look more here, but we'll also look at this site because I'm really interested in seeing how the House of Delegates will go. So these must be kind of the competitive seats. And they're saying right here, I mean, I don't know how they can declare someone the victor if there's no amounts in. But what I do like about this, it seems like that a lot of what they do here is based on early voting, which that has been what I've always focused on. And I'm hoping that we move away from polls. I only like using polls when we have just no other data to explain things. So after the election is done, I'm going to have to start looking at polls to see what's happening in a bunch of states to give you updates on what's happening because we won't have an election, right? It's literally the only data that we have. But I'll probably do like I did before and kind of look at those polls and say, okay, this is the reason why these polls are dog shit. Don't listen to them, so on and so forth. So, yeah, we'll see what happens today. I'm going to go to New York Times and see if, and I'll tell you one thing about, so Trump obviously endorsed Cuomo because, of course, but what I do find interesting is even though Trump is like saying he's a communist and all that, some of these people, like some goober congressman from Tennessee, Ogles or something like that, is like literally showing planes crashed during 9/11 saying, don't do this. Like what Trump has said is almost very tame compared to what some of the other Republicans are saying. They're no longer hiding their racism. They're just no longer even hiding it anymore. And I'm going to see if I don't know if anyone has seen this. So this is what they have. This is what this goober ass congressman from Tennessee said. Yeah. Look at this. Wake up, New York. And this is it. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'll probably, no, I have to keep that on. It's going to be on 2 super chats. Thank you all very much. Any thoughts on what will happen in Pennsylvania Supreme Court vote? Actually, oh, see, if that's loud, please let me know, because I do not know how to, let me see if I can figure out how to turn off the sound of that, because that is loud. So yeah, I'm going to cut this now because I don't want to show that anymore. Any thoughts on what will happen with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court vote, Dave? From Jared Simpson. Thank you, Jared. I didn't look at the numbers today. I should have looked at some numbers today. The numbers are heavily Democratic. So they are significantly more Democratic than what we saw before. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but that is, I feel good about that race based on yesterday's numbers. Again, we'll see what happens today, but if we're taking what the composition was in 2024, a year ago, looking at that compared to what the composition is right now of early voting, vote by mail, it looks good. But remember, in Pennsylvania, those numbers are a lot lower. So we got to keep that in mind, but it is a very, very good indication. So, okay, so I have a Jew. Thank you very much. Damn, your whip around coverage is crazy. You're a madman. Okay, I can be on this. I'll admit that. I'm really important to introduce me to it. Looking forward to your coverage tonight. Well, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can turn. Okay, general settings. Okay. Let me see if I can do audio. Okay, audio settings. There's gotta be cancel. Let me answer before I get into this. Let me answer Daniel. Daniel Derrick, thank you very much. Any thoughts of what you think might happen in New Jersey governor's race? Turnout is good for Dems, I hear. Yeah, so I don't know what the turnout is. I don't have any numbers from New Jersey right now from what's happened today. I'm gonna turn this off because I can see the super chats here. I don't know what will happen from today, but these numbers that we've been talking about before, as I said, a prerequisite for Republicans to win in New Jersey is they had to win early in-person voting. That's not happening. It could maybe happen at the end, but usually independents and unaffiliated voters usually just mirror whoever is voting at the time. So this is going to be a very bad metric for the Republicans, I think. And as I mentioned, this number, 741,000 in-person early voting, is low. Remember, in 2024, let me bring up the University of Florida. I know I've talked about this before, but let me go ahead and bring up the University of Florida numbers. So as I mentioned before, the early in-person voting in New Jersey in 2024 was 2.3 million compared to nearly 800,000. So it was a 3-to-1 margin. And that race was still won by Kamala Harris. This margin isn't even close to that. The Democrats are performing much better in mail-in ballots. They're also performing much better in early ballots. So it looks good. Okay, so Jose, thank you very much for the super chat. Colorado moved to the left in 2024, a bad year for Dems. Do you think that in 2026 the shift towards the left can be even bigger? Yeah, Colorado seems to be one of those states that's doing that. And I think today, when we look at the Colorado results, if we look at this raising taxes for school meal programs, we're gonna see how left is it. Is it progressive left or establishment left? Because I'm still of the opinion that Colorado is more of an establishment left than they are a progressive left. Okay, so because Jared Solis is definitely a establishment Democrat, so we'll see. Okay, so just somebody else said here, I just want to see it, just caught the corner of my eye. NBC has Terry McAuliffe on giving commentary when he literally lost an easy election last time. They have Claire McCaskill on there. They like putting the most establishment people who lose. It's like whenever Claire McCaskill's on, it's just like nails on a chalkboard, to be quite honest. Now, I hate to say this, but let me go ahead and see if I can figure out how to see alert box. It should be muted. It should be muted. It's at advanced auto settings. And again, guys, forgive me because it's been a long time. It says alert box. Okay, I'm going to turn this back on. And if somebody does give me a super chat, I'll see what it says. But yeah. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see how that works. All right, so we have 5 minutes to go before the polls close. I have CNN on here, watching it. I won't watch MSNBC. I might be different than most people. I think the MSNBC, today the MSNBC people are probably in mourning because Dick Cheney died, right? Considering it seems like half of MSNBC are former Republicans who are now all of a sudden Democrats, who told us, and Nicole Wallace really did say, Dick Cheney wasn't as bad as people think. So I have a feeling a lot of people on MSNBC are mourning today, whereas CNN, it depends. Casey Hunt, I like. I don't like CNN overall, but Casey Hunt, I like. I'm just not a big MSNBC fan. All right. So let's go here. Or no, that's the front page of New York Times. We'll see here. Polls close in 4 minutes. And we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Georgia as well. So what do you guys think? We got 4 minutes. Put your predictions in the chat. Also, if you know somebody who would want to watch this chat, go ahead and share it with them as well. But put your predictions in there. Abby Phillips, okay. I think she's kind of neutral, honestly. I think David Axelrod's one of the only ones that knows what he's talking about in that group, to be honest. Oh, okay, Bartholomew. I guess it's kind of cutting off your name. Thank you very much for the super chat. The sound's still on. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Let me read the super chat. Thank you for streaming and all your content. No one else goes over to stuff like how you do, so I was quite happy to see you posting the Nowcast model for today's election. You're welcome. I will be back at this because obviously the midterms are going to be big, and holy hell and handbasket, the next presidential election is going to be big. While everybody makes their predictions and I do this, okay, so Boulder Cry, that's a whole long name. Thank you for becoming a representative member here on the channel. But I need to, is it the alert box? That's what I have. You know what? I'm just going to remove this widget from here. I hate to do that because if there is a super chat, people will see it in the okay, are you sure you want to delete the alert box? Yes. People will see the super chat within the chat itself. Okay. So yeah, so you can also become a member here on YouTube, just to show a little bit of support. If you want to become a member on Patreon that I have listed below, there are more perks, and like I said, that goes with my history channel as well. So I might as well go ahead and just plug my history channel if anyone wants to subscribe to it today. It's just called Election History. Just really got started doing it a few months ago. So let me go ahead and throw it up here. So you can go here and you can become a member there as well. My recent videos, I did one on Teddy Roosevelt, being a progressive. I did one, if you're a Paul Wellstone fan, I did a 55-minute video on Paul Wellstone. I did some other ones as well. So go ahead and check out my history channel if you are interested in election history. All right. So here we go. 47 seconds. What do we have? No, polls close at 6 of your central time, like I am. Okay. Did I say 6? I might have said 6 because it's 6 o'clock my time here in Illinois. So yeah. All righty. 23 seconds. We'll see what happens. And again, guys, this is a long, long day. Tell me if you have any problems, because YouTube keeps on showing that there are issues, but my Streamlabs does not. So if there are any issues, please let me know, because it's constantly saying error, 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 and I don't know why. All right. The polls have closed. All right. So let's go ahead and go over to CNN's. They still have not released. I'm going to go ahead and put this over here. They still have not released the exit polls yet. Okay. All right. So here we go. Polls have closed 1 minute in. No votes counted. So there we go. I really would like to see. Here we go. We got it. Okay. So Earl Sears, 53% male to 37. Spanberger, 61% of females, 51%. As we can see, white voters did go more Earl Sears by 10%. That can be an issue. Black voters, 90%, no surprise. These other voters, not as big of the electorate, but still decent. I'm a little worried about this white voters number, but we'll see. As you can see, white men, and it seems to be white men really pushing up that number. But with all other demographics, white women, black men, black women, Latino women, and all other voters, Spanberger is just dominating. Age groups, Spanberger is dominating. And this is interesting. 14% are 18 to 29, only 19% are 30 to 44. That's a good youth turnout there. Okay. So that's good. Let's see if we can get to partisan identification. Okay, remember, they don't vote they don't register by party. So 99% of Spanberger's voters of people who identify as Democrats voted for her. 93%. That won't work. That won't work. Especially if independents are this wide. 56% of independents and independents. This is, look, that's a 33-33, 34-33-33 split. A third. Spanberger is winning quite convincingly in 2 of those. Okay, that's a win. That's just a win. Chances are there's no info on Latina males because the sample size is too small. Male Democrats. Okay, yeah, well, of course, the Democrats. Okay, moderate voters. Remember, moderates and independents are not the same. Okay, Bernie Sanders is an independent, definitely not a moderate. As you can see, in the 2-1, 66% to 31. Yeah. And even 9% of conservatives in this poll are going over to Spanberger, while 4% of liberals are going over to Earl Sears. Okay. And I have to say, let's go to the black vote here. Where was it? Considering we have a black female candidate, black women voting 93% for Spanberger, white woman, that's good. Let's see if we got some actual returns in yet. We'll go over to this site. It's interesting because this site is now increasing their numbers more and more. The question I have, we'll see how the state house races pan out in Virginia. But yeah, this exit poll, let me go back to it. This exit poll, let's see if there's anything else. We already did income. Spanberger is leading in both. And this is another way you can kind of tell if somebody's going to win, right? If there's any like demographic, or if there's any crosstab where one candidate is winning in all of them, then that's an automatic win, right? Because if these people have, unless you have people who aren't responding, if you have people less than 50,000 and more than 50,000 and they're winning in both of those, you can't lose, right? It's like impossible to lose. Income. So born again Christians, interesting. Have children? That metric really isn't determining anything. Men with children, women with children. So we got split households here big time. Veterans are going for Earl Sears. Okay, now I'm working. Here we go. Anyone in household, a federal worker, contractor. Yes. So those 17% of those who voted are actually work for the federal government. 61%. I'm surprised only 61% voted for Spanberger. Now, of course, this isn't a federal race. We got to keep that in mind. But that number seems kind of low to me. All right, let's go ahead and see if we have any election results. So far, nothing. All right, so we'll go ahead. Let's go over to Georgia because we have the Georgia races going on. Let's see if there's anything coming out from Georgia. We have nothing from Georgia yet because the polls have closed in Georgia. All right. So now we just wait and see. I do think the numbers look good. I don't know where they get their projected margin. I guess they get it because they are updating. Because from what I know, they do this based on voter turnout data. They must be getting new numbers coming in that they're able to update that number more. If Spanberger wins by 12%, 12.2, holy shit, that's going to be something. Holy shit, that's going to be huge. Now I just got to wait. Just got to wait. I mean, personally, I think Spanberger's winning because of Trump. Sometimes as much as a lot of people who support Democrats go after the Democrats for only focusing on Trump, which actual legitimate criticism. There's just a point sometimes where it is. You know what? It's still coming up, isn't it? I mean, I have a notification here, but I don't know if it's coming up on yours. Even though I just literally, wait, what I'm wondering, chatbot, alert box, okay. I think I know why. Okay, Jose, thank you again. A lot of government contractors like myself are previous military, so I think 61% is huge. Vets usually vote Republican. Yeah, so I mean, if somebody that's true. Well, and they can also be active military, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that somebody says, "Are you a government worker?" and they're active military, they could say yes as well. So that's true. That's actually true. It didn't say in those crosstabs, or I mean, it didn't say in the exit poll that they were people who were furloughed or that have or anything like that. It just said, where is it? God, where did it go? View Democratic Party, MAGA Republican. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to that. Geez. Here we go. Okay, is anyone a federal worker or contractor this year? So that actually could include active service military. So Jose, thank you very much for that, pointing that out. That is true. Now let's go to that MAGA number, because what do we hear? We heard they're telling Trump's telling them not to vote for Earl Sears. He doesn't like her. But of those who approve of Donald Trump, 93% are voting for Earl Sears. Okay. Of those who are considered MAGA, 97% are voting for Earl Sears. So there you go. Okay. This whole idea that, she'll probably lose because MAGA is saying not to do that. Now, could that affect turnout? Possibly. But it's not affecting the actual vote here. So yeah. Still have nothing from Virginia. And then, we got the other ones. Okay, I'm going to say something that's kind of unpopular. I don't know. It could just be me. And if it's me, I'll accept that. But to me, the state of New Jersey looks like it's shaped like a fetus of Bart Simpson. Like here, you got the flat head of Bart Simpson, and you got the face right there of Bart Simpson. It's just kind of like this in a fetal position. To me, it just looks like a Bart Simpson fetus, okay, with a tail, right? Whenever I see New Jersey, I just think that. That's just how I am. This is the kind of things I need to talk about to pass the time while we're waiting for numbers. So yeah, so call me crazy on that one. I don't know, that's just all that comes up in my mind. So, Bart Simpson fetus. Let's see if there's anything else that we got here. Okay, I mean MAGA. View of the Democratic Party. I wish I had all voters. View of the Democratic Party. That's pretty interesting. That the favorable are, okay, they're all going. Even the people who have an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party are voting. I'm kind of in that. I'm kind of in that group right now. So, view of the Republican Party, favorable opinion of only the Democratic Party, both parties. I love how favorable opinion of both parties. 3% of people are like, yeah. I'm kind of surprised 10% say neither. So that means that people are becoming more partisan. All right, here we go. Most important issues facing Virginians. What a surprise. Economy, number 1. Democrats, get this one. Healthcare, number 2. Universal single-payer healthcare. Well, I'm going to be lucky. I'm going to be a Slovak citizen in 3 weeks from today, and I'm going to have my universal health care. So I'm going to be pretty happy. But like all these, education, I think America's kind of dumbing down, so that's kind of bad. Let's see. So here's another one. Support for trans rights in society has gone too far, 52%. Okay, 22% of those people are voting for Spanbergers. So again, this goes back to choose your battles. And this is where I think Mamdani has done a really good job, because they've been trying to throw everything at him, and he's just staying on message. Affordability, the economy, helping people out, affordability. Democrats don't need to take the bait, okay? Have not gone far enough, only 23%, about right 22%. All right. So abortion should be legal. 60% say yes, 36% illegal. Opinion of Glenn Youngkin. Yeah, I mean, we are past the dumbing down. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you. Well, if you remember, if you started watching this channel a year ago when I was doing the presidential stuff, as you might have known, I was in Paris at that time. Chances are, when I do the midterms, I will probably be living in the Czech Republic. Okay, now this is interesting. 51% of those knew all along that they were going to vote, and they voted for, like, some people made up their minds late, but yeah. State Navigate already called for, oh, well, we do have some numbers. Oh, holy moly. Let's see what some of these because it was like the Republican counties were low. So this is Lynchburg, 75, Richmond, 77. Wow. I'm just going to see if, okay, let's see. What is that? 64. We'll keep, I'm going to close NPR. Yeah, see, they've lowered the percentage. The question is it going to be double digits? The question also is going to be, okay, so I guess they're now doing the actual votes. No. See, you know what? They're trying to make this like 538. Don't be like that piece of shit website. So here's the thing. Okay, so somebody mentioned this about, and Jonathan, thanks for the super chat as well in mentioning this. The reason why they're probably calling it and have a lot more information here is probably because I know that they're like web scraping off of either the state website or all the county websites, and are probably getting the results much faster than what we see on the New York Times. Okay. So these numbers are good so far, especially if you got Republican counties coming in. Let's see. We have some of these, like Waynesboro. All right, let's see how this pans out. I think that this is going to look quite good. Of course, it does look like we have something up in, okay, Fairfax City, which is not going to have that many votes compared to Fairfax County. Fairfax County, that's the big one. Okay, so we have Chesterfield County. Now, Chesterfield County is one that can be kind of close. Can be a close county. Spanberger's winning 56 to 44%. Only 3% of the vote in. So we are starting to see some of these smaller cities starting to pop up. Actually, I might bring, do they have like a bigger map? Okay, I wish they had, I mean, because you can't get into these little tiny cities hardly. All right, so here we are. The margin's starting to come down a little, but the fact that Spanberger is winning with some of these rural counties coming in, I think is quite important. So let's see if we can, yeah, see, they're not, let me reload this page and see. Okay, margins of votes remaining. Wish they had some swings. I wish they had, because a lot of times on here, oh, okay, now we're starting to get Westmoreland County, 59%. Okay, I already mentioned Chesterfield. Okay, so we got Rockingham, and these ones along the Appalachian part are Republican. They've always been Republican. Like, these are counties that, 60. What just came in? Norfolk just came in. Norfolk, 27%, 75%. Wow. Wow, people. Wow. Like I said, I have CNN over here. Let's see. I want to see state results. Virginia, open. I want to see if we can get to the attorney. There we go, the attorney general's race. So I want to make sure that this one's open as well. So yeah, as I mentioned, now you notice one thing that I mentioned in all of my videos when I was doing the Nowcast model. I was like, a rising tide will lift all boats. And I said, I'm not necessarily sure that there's going to be the split vote like people think. If these are basically, let's see, 47,000, 41,000, but 58.8, 59.8. Straight ticket voting. Straight ticket voting. You know, we have the myth of the swing voter. Let's just call it that right now. It's the myth of the swing voter. That's where we're at. Oh, okay. Wait. So let's see what we got. Arlington. I mean, it's 1%, 75. Okay. Prince William County. Let me hold on a second. I need to look up something. Yeah, that Prince William County is that's very high. At 68%, that number should come down absolutely significantly because I mean that must be some rural areas because Prince William County is a Democratic county. So yeah. All right, so I'm just gonna go to we'll just stay here. I mean, we don't have Loudoun, we don't have Fairfax. Looks like we have Virginia Beach coming in. Yeah, Virginia Beach is going. This should be a close. Virginia Beach should be a little close, lean a little Republican, because you got these precincts down. Like you got Virginia Beach that comes down, and like over by Norfolk, it's more Democratic. But as you get down into the southern part where it borders North Carolina, it becomes more Republican. Prince George County. Yeah, we don't even have Northern Virginia coming in. I mean, except for, like I said, Fairfax City and Arlington County. And we have Prince William that's definitely not going to be like that. And we're at 56% for Spanberger. I told you I think this is going to be a good night. Let's go over to the State Navigate. Or is that what it's called? State Navigate? Yeah, this is kind of one I'm kind of look at. This is supposed to be this is a Republican incumbent district, and I think it's like their swingiest of swing districts that there is. So we'll see how that pans out. Wonder if they actually have, I wish they had like a, yeah, see, here's the thing. Okay. So they must not use only, yeah, I can already tell by this. They don't use just election or early voting, election day voting and all that, because if they did, they would have these numbers equal, but they must use a lot of polling in their projection as well. Yeah, Democrats are looking good in Virginia right now. And as I said, it's really, isn't it, guys? It's really this race that everyone's kind of watching. If the Democrats can win the Attorney General's race and win it quite handily, it's over. It's absolutely over. I'm kind of surprised. Well, we only have 2% reporting in. That's probably why. Yeah, Matthews County will be. Here we go. A few more. My guess, as soon as Loudoun or Fairfax report their first numbers, especially Fairfax because it's such a large county, then they're going to call it. Right? So they just need to make sure the numbers that we have, the projection we have for Fairfax County lines up with the first results that we're going to get from Fairfax County. If it doesn't align, like I mentioned, kind of like this Prince William County, my guess is also Prince William County right now is one of the reasons why New York Times hasn't projected it yet too, because it's against the grain of what people are expecting. So yeah, this looks good. No, this one's getting a little bit. So see, this one's getting a little bit closer, but yeah, like I said, you just really do not have Northern Virginia coming in. Yeah, so I mean, I said in the last Nowcast model, right? I said that if my numbers were at a certain point, I said over that 67%, that chances are we're looking at double digits. And I said we were right at that. I think the last Nowcast model was like at 67.7%. And I'm like, at that point, we can start looking at double digits. You can go back and watch those videos. So hopefully that's good. But there's a lot more better news here too. If it's more, I mean, obviously it's looking to be double digits right now, but if we're talking about 60%, honestly, we have seen a partisan change. And I mentioned this before. Remember, I mentioned the Florida 1st Congressional District. I keep on banging on about that special election with Jimmy Patronis in Florida's 1st Congressional District, and how you had Jimmy Patronis actually get less votes than the amount of Republicans that have voted. We are starting to see bleeding from the Republican Party. And today was the day I wanted to wait for, because up till now, special elections really mean nothing. Okay? This is an actual real election for governor. It's not a special one that people in Virginia know this is when they have to vote for governor. People in New Jersey know this is when they got to vote when they're voting for governor. It's not some sort of special election they're not used to. They're used to these elections. Yeah, looking good. Florida will not be blue in the near future. No, not at all. Florida is getting a lot of smart people are leaving. A lot of dumb Florida man are going in. No, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing Broward County start being significantly closer. Wouldn't be surprised to see Palm Beach County flip to the Republican side. Did for DeSantis. Yeah, I don't see Florida changing in the near future at all. Decision desk, I don't like that because that's Tom Bonnier, and I think you all know what I think of Tom Bonnier. So I refuse to give his any credit. Let's see what's happening in these state house races. Oh, let's go look at Georgia. See, here we go. Oh, look at that in Georgia. Okay, now I am using Decision Desk HQ because that's what News Nation is using. Whoa, look at that. Oh my God. The Democrats are leading. Okay, 63 point. My guess these are going to be just straight ticket votes. They are. Look, 106-1 to 106-22. These are straight ticket votes. Okay. The Democrats are leading in the Georgia Public Service Commission race. Both districts. Fulton County has not come in. Okay. Oh, good. You can actually the Cobb County, big Democratic county, has not come in. Fulton's come in. Henry has not come in, I don't think. Where the hell is Henry at? There it is. Has not come in. All we have is Clayton County come in. We got Cobb County. Fulton. I mean, there are a lot of Democratic counties. Okay, how do I reset? There we go. A lot of Democratic counties that have not come in. This is a big win. If you're John Ossoff, you're looking at this going, okay. Now again, this can kind of be seen more as a special election. Okay, but this is a commission, the Public Service Commission, that since I believe 2002 has been 5 Republicans and 0 Democrats. 23 years. If this keeps on going, it's going to be 3 Republicans, 2 Democrats. So yeah, this is an election that is wow. Wow. All right, let's get back to Virginia. Let's see what we got. I guarantee you New York Times is not declaring just because they're waiting for something from Fairfax. I think that's it. They're just waiting for something from Fairfax. And as soon as Fairfax comes in, and maybe as soon as Prince William straightens out a little bit, then they'll probably call it. Looks good, though. Looks good. If you're Democrats, it looks good. Whoa, wait. Whoa. What percentage is that? That county, do not know how to pronounce it. 59% for Spanberger, 41%. This is a Republican county and not a small Republican county, and that's with a third of the vote already in. That's impressive. It's getting closer. But, okay, this is Frederick County, right? Frederick County. This is where my family's from originally, who didn't immigrate from Slovakia. My dad's side of the family, who's been here since friggin' 1650s? Or no, 1680s. So yeah. Right, yeah, this is getting a little closer. Norfolk's at 28%. Chesterfield's at 25%. Richmond's only at 3%. And I'm sure a lot of these counties don't have a lot going on. Let's see if they got any other data. Let's see. I can't wait for this map to come up. The shifts right here. All right. So I think that's all we're waiting for. We're waiting because as soon as you see Fairfax come in, it's just going to go boom. Numbers and Loudoun. As soon as you see Fairfax and Loudoun, boom. It's just going to take off. Let's go back to Georgia. Let's see what's happening there. I might have to refresh. Yeah, they haven't done much with Georgia. I mean, I hate using... Tom Bonier doesn't own it. He's a consultant for them. Which, why are they wasting the money on that? No, go away. And I don't like News Nation because of Chris Cuomo. I say Mario Cuomo for every one of them. That shows my age. I forget Andrew and I forget Chris. I always say Mario Cuomo. Daniel, I can't see your last. Oh, Daniel Derrick, thank you very much for another super chat, I believe. Thank you very much. Do you think Georgia or other red states Democrats could focus on to flip in the next decade or so? Southern states, Kansas, North Carolina, Texas, particularly focusing on rural voters. Democrats do not know how to... I live in rural America. Okay, I live in Southern Illinois. The town I live in has 550 people, I think. We lost 100 people between the last 2 censuses. My county voted very strongly for Michael Dukakis 1988 and has now voted very strongly for Donald Trump. Here's the problem. Democrats do not know how to reach rural voters. And I'm telling you, if you want to reach rural voters, billboards. I know a lot of people say, direct mails and all that. I'll tell you, when you go to the little post office here, I live in such a small town that we don't even get door-to-door service. Got to go to the post office every day and get the mail. Yeah, billboards. Big ass damn billboard. Okay. In this congressional district alone, there are going to be, I think, 5 hospitals that are, including the one here, that's going to be shut down. So if I have an emergency, which again, I don't have to worry about soon because I'll be living in the Czech Republic. If I have an emergency and I have an ambulance coming here, they're going to have to take me to a hospital 30 minutes away. Okay. And they're going to have to get here. People could be dead by then. But a lot of people in these rural communities don't know that the Republican big, beautiful bill has actually gutted their hospital. They're unaware. Most of these people here don't even know that the hospital is on the chopping block. In my opinion, you go ahead up and down I-50, I-57 here, up and down I-64, big ass billboards. Trump's closing, name of hospital, hospital. You know what? Big ass billboards. People are not going to get out of their Fox News bubble. They have to see on a big ass billboard that their hospital is going to close, that their congressman and Donald Trump are responsible, and something might click, go, wait, my hospital is going to be closing? I didn't know my hospital was going to be closing. That's what we do. They do not know how to campaign in rural areas. So thank you, Derek, because that's really passionate. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Loudoun has come in, 63%. Okay, I think they're just waiting for Fairfax and maybe for Prince William to flip. I think they're still waiting for Fairfax. Nick 47, thank you very much. Just tuning in. Can you give me a rundown? There's not much going on. We have a 10% race right here for the governor's election in Virginia. Still have a half hour until the next polls close. I believe New Jersey will close then. The attorney general's race is still real tight, but Jay Jones has not lost the lead throughout this whole entire race. If we look at the House of Delegates races here, let's see if there's any. So yeah, this District 33 here, as we can see, this District 33 in the House of Delegates is considered the most swing of swing districts. Like State Navigate was saying equal on this. So we can see the current vote is 50.3% to 49.6%. I wish they would give actual vote totals. But I think they said that was 33% in. Yeah, 33% in. Let's watch that House of Delegates tonight in Virginia as well. And then I think another one that people aren't thinking about, but this one here, we're now getting more rural counties in. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene area. Let's see, 33,242, 33,309. Straight ticket voting. Like people who went in voted Democrat, Democrat, or Republican, Republican. Yeah, because the Republican number is almost the same. This is good. And we still do not have Fulton. We still not have DeKalb. We still don't have Henry. And Forsyth will be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, so that's where we are right now. Democrats are, I mean, I've been very, very happy over the last few days. If you haven't noticed, as I said, I hate making predictions. I've been very, very happy over the last few days because I mean, I don't know about Georgia, but I saw Virginia coming. We'll see what New Jersey does. Oh, wait, did Fairfax come in? Oh, yeah, Fairfax came in. Why? Okay, now I'm kind of surprised they're not calling it. 73% in Fairfax? Let me look. Because, I mean, I know it's a Democratic. Yeah, that's basically... Wow, okay. I mean, okay, what percentage? 33%. Okay, so on my Nowcast model, and my Nowcast model basically has Fairfax with votes today. I had at the high end of my Nowcast model, the highest end, 72.2% in Fairfax. This means that they're producing at the highest end. The Nowcast model is looking really, really good today. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. We still got New Jersey to go. That's the only one that I did the Nowcast model with was New Jersey. I did a little bit with Pennsylvania. Oh, that's another thing. I think Pennsylvania closes at 8 too, so we can start seeing how those 3 Supreme Court races pan out too. Yeah, I just didn't do anything for Georgia. I don't know why I didn't do anything for Georgia, but I just didn't. I think what it is when I did the modeling last time, I had been doing it like 3 years or 3 years, 3 months ahead of time. So I'd been doing it for quite a while. I did it when I was in Paris, and then I came back here to the United States and kept doing it. But in this one, I just started doing it, what, a week and a half ago? So yeah. All right. Let's see Roanoke County. 64. Okay, Roanoke City. College students showing up there big time. All right, in Prince William County, I'm surprised. It'll be interesting to see if they get more there. Clark County, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Oh wow, Virginia Beach is now flipped over to Spanberger. There you go. There you go. That's good sign. Okay. To me, I think well, what is it? 51-49. Democrats win. Let's go over to the Attorney General's race. Yeah, now that you see those North I guess, there are a lot of, well, this vote is a little bit further behind. 657, 604. Not too much. So yeah, we are seeing some split ticket going on. We are seeing some split ticket going on in this, but not as much. So, and this is the whole thing, right? In Virginia, if in Virginia, well, I wonder if I go to state results, if they got the legislative races, because usually they do on this. Lieutenant Governor, another one. They're going to get a trifecta tonight. I didn't even think about that. They're going to get the governorship. They already have the state senate, and they're going to get the House of Delegates. Man, they need to gerrymander the shit out of that. And for any Republicans say, how dare you say they gerrymander, even though you did that damn shit in Texas and you're trying to do it in Florida as well. Hey, you wrote the rules, not us. If you're going to go ahead and go with those bullshit rules, don't be mad when we go with those bullshit rules. But, oh, I forgot, you only want the rules to apply to you. All right, so. Yeah, so they got some that are, the only ones it seems like they're calling the winners in and on the New York Times are the uncontested ones. So let's look at that State House 30. 54, I mean, because according to State Navigate here, let me go ahead and go to their, go here. District data. I'm just going to go, and this is at District 30 here. That was the last election. Okay, I want to go to forecast. Because, see, this is the forecast that they had as of yesterday. See? But they also had, there's a 12% chance of winning a supermajority. Republicans have a 6% chance of winning the chamber. So the Democrats, according to State Navigate, and again, State Navigate has, the reason why they're able to do this and I'm not, they got a lot of precinct level data that I just don't have because I'm one person, right? So this looks good. This looks really good. But I wanted to show you that. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how many. 60-40. Okay. Could they win? Who knows? We could see a supermajority there. Let's see what's happening. I'm surprised they're not calling this in Virginia yet. Like what are they waiting for? Chesapeake County going. I mean, wow. This is looking good. Okay, see Prince William County now. Okay, see this. Whoa. Okay, 12% in. That number is a lot higher in Prince William County than I thought. That Fairfax County, it's pretty high. Loudoun County, let me see what I had for Loudoun County as far as my Nowcast model is concerned. Let me see what I had as the high end. Holy shit. 64% I had as the, okay, exactly 64% I had as the high end of my model, like the highest that the Democrats will get. They're performing at 64%. So right now, so I have a high range and a low range. Okay, few standard deviations, and I say I do 2 standard deviations, not 1, but 2 standard deviations when I calculate everything together and say this is my high number and this is my low number. The Democrats are hitting the high numbers in almost every one of these counties. So what we're seeing is either Republicans not, so one of 2 things could be happening. One, Republicans aren't showing up and a lot of Democrats are showing up, which can cause this. Or 2, we are starting to see partisan shifting. But we are looking right now at a over double-digit win. And I told you, as soon as that Nowcast model was over 67%, I was like, I think we're in double-digit territory. Here we are. But it looks like we might even be in larger double-digit territory. Let's see if we got some exit polling coming from New Jersey yet. I don't think they'll do it until, no, they're not going to do it until the polls actually close. I mean, I don't know what they're waiting for, to be honest. You got Nate Cohn here. Still early, but Abigail, for 5 minutes ago, it's still early, but Abigail Spanberger is on track to win the race for Virginia governor by a wide margin, according to our estimates. No shit. Then why aren't you calling it? I mean, I don't know why they're not like where can Earl Sears make up the numbers? All right, let's go to the Attorney General's race. That's getting a little bit closer, but Democrats still in the lead. We do have write-ins as well. Okay, 59%. So it does look like we are seeing, well, let me see. 65, 160. Okay, 160. 160. No, it looks okay. So that's close. What was that? So that was 160. This is 161, 162. So, yeah, we actually do have in Loudoun County is a perfect example. So you have Jay Jones winning 59%, but you have Spanberger winning 64% in Loudoun County. So there are people, it's not necessarily straight ticket. What I find interesting, it's Northern Virginia where we're not seeing the straight ticket. That's kind of interesting. But like I said, I think we are going to be at a position of a rising tide lifts all boats in Virginia. Let's go back over to what they have here. Looks like that 30th district can be won by the Democrats. 87% in. They're just saying that a margin of 2.1. Got a few more precincts to come in. So that's pickup for the Democrats. It would be nice on their little graphic here when they, like the 30th, for example. I just know that the Republican's the incumbent, but you can't tell who the incumbent is in these. So it's like, I don't know if it's a pickup or not. Yeah, so I don't know how many of these are incumbents or not. I'm not versed in the ways of the Virginia legislature. Let's go back to Georgia. Let's see what we're getting there. It's getting a little closer. They declared a winner. I guess that's, decision desk. They declared a winner. So, Democrats win both elections in the Georgia Public Service Commissioner District 2 and District 3 race. So let me just go ahead. I'm going to copy this to give you an idea. Let me go wiki. So this is a special election, too. So as you can see here, I'm just throwing up Wikipedia, 5 Republicans, 0 Democrats. That now changes. Here you go, 2020, 5 Republicans, 0 Democrats. Okay, but it wasn't like these races were blowouts by the Republicans. They were close. Here you go. Well, this is it, but it was like 5-0, 5-0. If you look at them all, like it's been since 2002. So this is huge. This is huge for the Democrats. So, yeah. And here's the thing. The Democrats are winning with 56% of the votes, 56.9. Honestly, we're seeing a little bit of, I wonder why there's so much more, because this is only 33%. This is 59%. I wonder why the discrepancy. Let's see. Yeah, see, there's a huge discrepancy in the votes counted. But what I think is interesting with this one, this third commissioner seat here, this does not include DeKalb or Fulton County at all. That number is going to go up as soon as DeKalb and Fulton County come in. All right, let's go back to Virginia. Starting to close up a little bit. Honestly, I want it to be over 10%, because I told you guys as soon as that Nowcast model went over 67% of that metric that I was showing you, that is probably going to be a double-digit win. And I've been saying that for a week and a half. That's just what I'm hoping, just so the model is right. So again, I mean, I guess they'll change the projected seats here. Okay, so I'll go here. What are one of the, okay, let's see this one. This one, the 69th state, or no, wait. Is this one? Okay, 73rd. Let's look at the 73rd delegate seat in Virginia, because this is one that says 54% odds, 54% likelihood that the Republicans will win it. Jesus, I already forgot the number. See, that happens to you when you start getting old. 73. Well, the Democrats are winning there too. 43% in. 49.9 to 50.0. You can't get closer to that. Yeah, now another thing about the State Navigate website is they do really focus, they're based out of Virginia, I believe. So they really do focus on Virginia. And here's another thing you need to remember about what's happening in Virginia right now. We're seeing some counties and some cities in Democratic areas that are having presidential election turnout rates. So it's not like we're talking about, this is a special election. Let me go back to what they have from State Navigate here. I don't know if they've updated it yet. Okay, mail in. Okay. So like if we go to Fairfax City, it's smaller. And of course, this doesn't include all the numbers. You can see that in Fairfax City, according to the numbers they had at 6 p.m., 75% of those who voted in 2024, at least that number's at 75% for this election. There was a few that were just like through the roof, I think. But we're looking at very, very strong numbers. Arlington, 75%. Alexandria, 71%. Falls Church, 75%. Or wait, what? Wait, no, there was. Okay, so like give you an example here, election day turnout in Arlington, actually, at 5 p.m. was 104% of election day turnout during the presidential election. It's insane. This is insane. These are really good numbers. Okay, it looks like we're getting closer. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. I mean, like 10%. No, can't go under 10%. I can't have that. I can't have that. Yeah, can we? I mean, okay, wait. So, hold on. Just checking something really quick. Where did it go? Okay, I can't find what I was looking for. So Kuryin, 12345, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Greatly appreciated. I mean, 30% of the votes. I mean, okay, you might not know the margin, but like, there's still a lot of votes to be counted in every county. Loudoun's at 95%. That might be why. Fairfax at 34. There's going to be a lot more going on. Prince William at 12. Alexandria at 20. See Norfolk at 30. Richmond at 12. Right. So even though the Republican counties don't have huge numbers, with the exception of Loudoun at 95%, neither do the Democratic county. Let's see Chesterfield here. 44%. That's a big one. That's a big one there. Yeah, these are good. These are good. So I see other people are saying that well, it looks like this attorney general's race is getting closer. Oh, let's see what happens there. I mean, honestly, if Jay Jones loses this thing, it could be Democratic voters in Northern Virginia that lose it for him. You know, if you're going to run for statewide office, don't say stupid shit. The reason why I don't run for political office is because there's more than enough stupid shit that I've said in my life that will come up. Just don't friggin' do it. Come on, people. Okay. So we get anything from New Jersey yet? No. All right. So, I mean, wow. Wow. Can we see Jay Jones start losing here in a second? I'm surprised Northampton County and all that are going for, well, see, Prince William's doing well. It's at Loudoun County that's really hurting him right now. So Loudoun County was 64 for Spanberger, and Jones is at 59. It's that is enough to make you sweat a little bit. But the good thing if you are Jones is 95% of Loudoun's in. If you look at Fairfax County, Jay Jones is getting 69%. So he's performing 5% less. It seems like statewide. Oh my God. Here we go. Now we're getting into crunch time into this attorney general's race. Again, don't say stupid shit and run for statewide office. Yeah, Donald Trump gets away with it because his people are fucking idiots. I mean, I'm sorry. I call them as I see them. I met a Trump supporter one time that said Canadians hate their healthcare because they can't drive. Like, how do you even debate with that logic, right? And there was this one comedian says you need to just make stuff so stupid for a lot of these people that they can't even respond. Again, Atlas Intel polls is, like I said, it's like the octopus picking the World Cup winner. It doesn't mean shit. If they but then didn't they say in their same poll that what was it? 60% of African Americans are going to vote for I forgot what Republican candidates, but I guarantee you that's not going to be in any of these elections. So I'm sorry, Atlas is dog shit. I could literally just start pulling numbers out of my ass and say it's a poll and say, I'm just like Atlas. Okay. I don't know who Kelsey is. I don't know any of the internet people who do this because I used to do this for a living. I don't know who a lot of these other people are. And if they're on Twitter, I definitely don't know who they are because I'm not on Twitter, but I am on Blue Sky. So here's if anyone wants to check me out on Blue Sky, it's just Dave Trotter, Blue Sky. There we go. So here we go, Dave Trotter, Blue Sky. So you can follow me there if you want. I'll start posting stuff. Also, I got like the New York channel up. I also have the other channel up from DC. Okay, finally. Holy hell in a handbasket. Took you long enough. So we're done with Virginia, which is good because we only got one more minute to go until New Jersey is done. So let's recap before we get it. It's 7:00 right now. New Jersey is going to start coming in. I'm going to go ahead and remove these numbers from New Jersey. So we have, hold on. I want this map instead of this map. So the polls have now closed in New Jersey. Have the polls closed in Minneapolis? No, the polls are still open for an hour there. Polls are still open in Colorado. Okay, so New Jersey and Pennsylvania. These are the ones that have closed. So let's see. So recap. Here we are at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm in Central Time Zone, 7 p.m. Abigail Spanberger has won. The Attorney General's race still too close to call. Here, you see, I mean, it's like really, you can't get any closer than this. The House of Delegates looks like the Democrats are going to have a strong showing in the House of Delegates. Probably not going to get a supermajority, but it's not off the table yet. In the Georgia Public Service Commissioner race, we have the Democrats winning 2 seats there. The first time, I believe it's the first time they've won any seats on this since 2002 or 2003. There was somebody who was a Democrat who was on it and then lost, then changed parties to a Republican and ran again. Used to be 5-0. Now it's going to be 3-2. Big win. So now we're going on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, we have the 3 Supreme Court justices and their retention. So this isn't an actual vote between Democrat and Republican. It's, do you want to retain this Supreme Court justice? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, no. For the 3. Then we got the New Jersey gubernatorial election. We'll see how this one's going to pan out. If you're looking at New Jersey, you're looking at Virginia, you're pretty happy now. Steve, just constantly talking about the Atlas poll just makes you look like an idiot. Again, it's the octopus. Or is that a squid? I don't know the difference between the two. Okay, well, Allegheny County has started coming in. 31% of the vote, 82% yes, 82% yeah. And my guess these are all going to just be yes, yes, yes. All right, so we're starting to get the first results in from Pennsylvania. Let's see if New Jersey has anything in yet. Do not have anything in New Jersey yet. But Pennsylvania, we do have Allegheny County in Pittsburgh with a very high retention rate. And my guess is, I mean, let's see what some other counties do. Allegheny County is pretty Democratic. Let's see what some of the counties in the, as James Carville says, I mean, and he's true. I'm not a James Carville fan, but he's true. He says basically Pennsylvania is Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Alabama in the middle. And that's pretty true. So let's see what some of the others. This is a good indication so far. All right. And again, as we're waiting for stuff, let's see if we got, here we go, New Jersey. Well, I mean, that's Hudson County. So that's 40% of Hudson County. I need to pull up, hold on. I need to pull up my New Jersey Nowcast model. So that I'm guaranteeing you right now, because obviously it's right now. That's early in-person voting. Let me go ahead and look at what, or early in-person voting and vote by mail. How many votes was that? 50, 60, no, it won't. It'll be, hold on. Actually, let's look at, I'm gonna pull Vote Hub back up here. Let's see if we can figure out, oh, okay, Gloucester County. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, I just want to go to Hudson County. So we had so we had 47,000 early ballots. Oh, that's Ocean County. It's going to go that way. 50, 63, 64. Wait, was that 50? Oh, wow. Okay. So they have some others counted. I need to look at my Nowcast model. What did I have for, I need to see what I had for Hudson. Okay, here's Hudson. Come on, Dave. You've done. NAPO. Come on. Okay. So, okay, wait, let me look at, okay, Bergen County, 52%. Okay, that's registration composition. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to figure out, there's like a number I cannot find. I mean, you don't want to know how long this spreadsheet is. Okay, Hudson. Okay, so I mean, I can at least go, I'm not going to go through my whole entire spreadsheet, but I can kind of give you the major party vote breakdown of what we had before. So in Hudson County, Murphy won it with 74.3%. So Cheryl is overperforming there. In Bergen County, Murphy won it with 52.8%, so it's about the same as there. Essex County, and let me go ahead and freeze panes on this spreadsheet that I have. View, freeze panes. Voila. Okay. Yeah, so I'll have to go look at my Nowcast model differently. So what we have here, Bergen County, we have Essex County. It's a 79%. Murphy last election got 74%. So that is a good performance. This is that's a mistake. Okay, there's no way that that's right. So that's going to be corrected. But what sucks is that makes this a lot closer. That's definitely wrong. Unless Cheryl was taken off the ballot in Burlington County, that is absolutely incorrect. So, Ocean County with 41% in. Ocean County, Murphy had 32%. Cheryl has 36%. So she's overperforming there. All right. We're seeing overperformance. This is good. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. All right. Oh yeah, these look like they're going to be yeses. Well, if you're the Democrats right now, you're like, except for the Attorney General's race, which is now pulling ahead a little bit, with the exception of that race being close, your Democrats are in a clean sweep right now. Okay. Okay, let's go back to New Jersey. They need to change that Burlington number because that is wrong. Okay, Hudson, Bergen, Hudson, okay. Essex, Gloucester County, 71%. Okay. You know, this is going to be, so with Gloucester County, that was, remember I said there were some counties that I didn't have the data for, so I had to exclude them from the Nowcast model, or from the like comparing it to previous numbers. That was one of the counties. Okay. So Murphy lost Gloucester County. Okay. So we'll see what percentage. Okay. I got to move over my spreadsheet. What percentage of the vote? That's 20% of the vote in holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, so in Gloucester County, Murphy got 45% last time. So this number will probably go down because remember that early in-person voting and the vote by mail was very heavily Democratic. Election day numbers will bring that down significantly, but wow, that's pretty good. Okay, they changed Burlington now. There we go. Burlington is performing just a little bit better, or no, a lot better. So Murphy got 53.6% in Burlington. In the last election, Cheryl is getting 65%. So with 45% in, this is not looking close. This is not looking close. Oh, wait, did the Atlas Intel poll person just be quiet all of a sudden? Okay, now we're starting to see some other counties coming in. Yeah, they're going to wait for some more data to come in, but these Pennsylvania numbers are good. Granted, you are in more Democratic areas. Okay. As a matter of fact, I do think that because some of these counties, I think it's the northern counties that are a little bit more Democratic. I haven't followed Pennsylvania since the last election. Let's see what's happening in New Jersey. Or let's go back to let's go ahead and look at as the votes are coming in, let's go ahead and look at the exit polls here. All right. So, Cheryl losing amongst men, but dominating with females. We're kind of seeing the same stats that we saw in Virginia here, really. White men going Republican, everybody else. I'm sorry, white men are fucking stupid. I'm a white guy. Okay. white men are like the biggest knuckle dragging Neanderthals on Earth. Um, so get out the surfboards, people. Thank you for the super chat. I put that as the thumbnail. And for all the people who do the super chat, thank you very much. If you want to help out, contribute to the channel, please go ahead and you can do a one-time donation. Can become a member of the channel as well, or you can go to my Patreon. So thank you all very much who've helped. Yeah, my people are just like white males in their 50s are the friggin' dumbest people that there are. I think this is why I hated a lot of them when I was in high school, honestly. Let's see. Party ID. Well, the independent number's a little bit closer. Male independents are split. Female independents, very liberal 96. Moderates, winning with moderates. Winning, I assume, with independents. Again, exit poll looks really good. Let's get back to the results. This is not looking bad. Now, of course, I mean, we already have 17% in. Ocean County will be the most, I believe it's going to be the most Republican county, will be Ocean County. And I could be wrong. Well, Sussex will also be one of them, but I think they're the two most Republican counties. So up here and down here, these are going to be your most Republican counties. I'm interested to see how close that Gloucester number goes down. If that Gloucester numbers goes down or stays, like if we're seeing if the Democrats win Gloucester, it's over. It's just over. Okay, let's go ahead and recap some of the old elections that we have. Virginia governor's election. That baby's looking good. Stay over 10%. I want my nowcast model to be right. This is tooth and nail when it comes to the attorney general's race. This is the only thing that's kind of preventing the Democrats from a sweep. Let's see what our turnout is. Fairfax County, we're at 45%. Prince William, 64%. Let's look at Norfolk. Norfolk still at 47%. Richmond's only at 14%. So that's a lot of, let's see. See, they don't have their little meter like they did before. Oh, let's see, are they finally doing the swings or not? Oh, or maybe they're doing that with, no? Okay, here we are. Yeah, so finally they're showing the shifts, and this is the shifts between Trump and Harris versus Earl Sears and Spanberger. Loudoun County, 12% shift. I want to look at some of the bigger counties. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. So they haven't done all the shifts yet. Okay. Well, we'll come back to this one. All right, let's see what's happening in, I'm going to go state, Virginia. Here we go. I'm going to go to the House of Delegates. I mean, they're going to have a trifecta at the end of the night. So they got 15 Democrats, 1 Republican. I wonder if they're still only doing the uncontested. Nope, they've called this one for the Republicans, but all the Democratic ones they've called are all uncontested Democratic seats. So that kind of sucks. But let's go back to this Navcast. So it looks like the Democrats are going to win District 30. This is good. Let's look at that 73. That 73 one still, Delegate District 73, looking good. Democrats are looking good in the Virginia House. They will take over the Virginia House. There's no doubt about that. Let's look at the 69th delegate district. 69. 69. Well, that's close. That's close there. So we'll see what happens there. Here's the repeat on Georgia. Let's go ahead and refresh this with Georgia. We still don't have. Oh, we do have Fulton County now. We don't have DeKalb County. Let's see what's going on in Pennsylvania. Yep, we're seeing. Okay, it's over. Pennsylvania's done. If York County is voting 73% for retention, all the Democrats are going to be retained in, I mean, York County, what percentage is that? 26%. If York County is at 26% voted and 73% yes on retention, all three of the Supreme Court justices they're in. That one's over. Okay, so I guess now we're going to be looking at New Jersey and see what's happening here. This is the big one. So all right, so yeah, so Mercer County is going to be a big one. Let's see what Mercer County was before. I'm going to kind of. So Mercer County won 65% for Murphy. So now we're at 73 with 39% of the vote. Let's go back, see if there are any counties that have a ton. Let's see if Gloucester's still at. Okay, so Camden, of course, Camden's going to be a huge Democratic one. But Murphy won 62% in Camden. And Cheryl's winning 74%. This is impressive. Really damn impressive. Remember, I told you that New Jersey was, I was telling you in the Nowcast models, the last day with New Jersey, that New Jersey and Virginia look very similar. Like their composition looks very similar, that they could have the same results. The only thing was today I was a little more confident with Virginia due to the fact that I was able to see that Virginia election day votes. Okay. So I'm actually interested on VoteHub if they've been able to do some, because they have this section for election day. Oh, I'm just, Jesus. Now they don't have election day ballots there. All right. All right, I'm going to ask a question in the chat. What do you think of Chuck Schumer? What's your opinion of Chuck Schumer? And in a few minutes, I'm going to take like a 5-minute or 2-minute break to get some water. I'm going to see, because I'm going to put a poll. I think I can engage with your audience. Yes, that is what I would like to do. I'm going to start a poll. Okay, I think the poll came up. So vote in the poll, guys. Kind of interested to see how many people are going to vote in this, and to see the results here. Okay, thank you, Jigish Shukla. Okay, sorry if I have the name wrong. Thank you very much. Any thoughts on Mamdani tonight? Well, two things. One, if these elections are indications of the way things are going, I'll say the mayor's races are going to be a little bit different. There are a lot of local issues when it comes to that one. But, I mean, I feel good, but I only feel good from a personal feeling that the campaign went well. I can't say that I feel good based on what the data says, because I didn't have enough data. So you got to realize the one nice thing when it comes to Virginia, so we have so many counties, 120 some, 130 some, that you get many data points. The less data points you have, the less it's likely that you're going to be able to predict anything. So in the case of New York, I only had the 5 boroughs. So having 5 data points was just like bad. Okay. So I'm just going to end the poll here because I think we know where we're going with that poll. Because I truly believe, as far as people talking about AOC for president, I just don't know. I don't know if the time is right now. I mean, the time for her ideas are absolutely right, but I don't know if it's time for her right now. Hello, Jason. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Do you think Prop 50 breaks 60%? Who knows? We'll see. The polls have kind of been, they've all been 50% or higher. If we're seeing, and one good indication about how that's going to go are these, I think, judge retention elections in that's Center County. That's no surprise. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, back to what you were saying. I'm saying these Pennsylvania ones where it's kind of like a referendum is a good indication that maybe we'll see Prop 50 do quite well. Do not know on Prop 50. I tried to get some data for that. I just had no luck. But overall, I think it will do well. We'll get over 60%. I do not know. The polling has always been over 50%, so that is good. But on top of that, it only needs a simple majority to win. Okay, so we don't need 60%. It just needs a simple majority. So yeah, I mean, like literally, I look at it this way. If Mamdani wins by 55% tonight, AOC should announce she's running against Chuck Schumer tomorrow. Like, make him shit his pants. Like, really, I think that should be the case. All right, let's go back to New Jersey. Actually, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I will be right back because I need to fill up my water. I know I got a plastic up. Environmentalists kill me. But I will be back in 1 minute. All right, so I'm back. All right, so we see Bart Simpson's tail. Now, if you weren't here earlier, remember I said that New Jersey to me looks like a Bart Simpson fetus, right? You have Bart Simpson's flat head here, and you got his face here, right? That's Bart Simpson's face, and he's in a fetal position, and he has a tail. So Bart Simpson's tail is probably 50.3 to 49.2. This should, okay, to give you an idea, and how many, 38% in? That should be, okay, Murphy got 36.9% last time there. This is not going to be, this is not going to be close. This is not going to be close at all. Are there any other elections going on in New Jersey? Because I think they got the House and Senate, but those are pretty much locked in, I believe. Jersey City Mayor, I do not know anything about that race. Okay, let's go back to the Attorney General's race. Still close, within a percentage, because another thing you have to think about with the Attorney General's race in Virginia too, does it get close enough that it's going to be does it get close enough that it actually is going to be a recount? That's a possibility. That could happen. Yeah. Let's reload this. They're not doing anything there. Okay, so District 82. Okay, this is District 82. They expected the Democrats to win. They did. I mean, with the exception of a few of these. Democrats are looking good in the House of Delegates in Virginia. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. Like even these like small Republican counties, like Jefferson County, don't know what it is. Guarantee you it's Republican. It's saying yes to retention. Yes, yes, yes. So all three Supreme Court justices are going to be retained in Pennsylvania, and they're going to be retained by a pretty significant amount. So that's good news. Yeah, so somebody mentioned that. Let me go back to the lieutenant governor's race here. Not as much of a blowout as here. We are seeing some vote separation. We are not seeing a lot of. I mean, we are seeing a good 5% of split ticket voting right here, 55.2 to 50.5. So we're seeing 5% split ticket, and that's what. Whenever people talk, oh, there we go, lieutenant governor's race called. When we talk about people who split the tickets, a lot of people in the media sphere always want to act like, oh, these swing voters are so many of them. It's usually like 3 to 5%, 5% at most. Most states, you have like 3% of the people that go from one to the other. Usually 95% of the people, Democrat, 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 or Republican, 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 Republican. Okay. The whole split ticket theory and swing voter is a bullshit thing. All right, that's Georgia again. Let's see what's happening. New Jersey's the one we're all watching now, right? Watching Bart Simpson's fetus. And that's over 60% with 26% in. Okay, now remember, election day, most of what we're seeing here right now are early in-person voting and vote by mail. As election day results come in, it's going to get closer. I think. Okay, it's going to get closer. So just remember that now. These were all, let me see what I could see for Mercer County. So 73. Let's see if I can find that metric. Okay. 73, yeah. Gloucester 59, 56. Okay, so for my Nowcast model, I basically had, with the early in-person voting, I had Mercer County at 73.2%. As we can see, it's 73% here. For Gloucester County, I had 56%. It's a 59% right now. Ocean County, I had at 33.4% for the Democrats. It's a little bit, it's close. Let's see, Monmouth County has not come in yet. Neither is Middlesex. Let's see, Essex. I had Essex at 81.1%, so it's underperforming a little bit. Hudson, I had at 80.5%. It's underperforming a little bit. Bergen County, I had at 60.8%, so it's spot on there. Let's go to Cumberland County. I had 55.3%. So Cumberland's overperforming. It seems like the Democrats are overperforming down in the Philly area, and they're slightly underperforming in the New York area. Atlantic County, I had the Democrats in my Nowcast model at 52.8. So again, overperforming the Nowcast model in these southern Jersey, these Philly areas. Burlington, I had at 59.1, 65. So yeah, it does seem like there is this divide. Mercer County, what did I say? 73.2, 73. So right here, you start seeing it. Hunterdon County, I had Democrats. Oh, wow. I had the Democrats at 41.4. How much is in? That's 56. Wow. That's a good number. So that's an overperformance. Okay, Monmouth County. Yeah, I was going to say, I said Monmouth County wasn't there. It's right there. Monmouth County, I had at 45.8% Democratic. And remember, when I say Democratic, my model isn't for specific races. It's like average Democrat versus average Republican and kind of comparing it here. So I had Monmouth at 45.8, and you see here at 50.7. I'm interested in seeing what Middlesex County does. That's going to be huge. because that's going to be another big Democratic county. Passaic County. I don't know how to say, is it Passaic County? Because we here in Illinois have what is it? Massac County. So I don't know if it's pronounced like Passaic County, because we have Massac County here over where Metropolis is, home of Superman. And if you saw what Metropolis was in Southern Illinois, you'd friggin' laugh your ass off. 62.4. So that's why I have, and there's nothing in from there yet. 62.4. Yeah, so my nowcast model is like, if an average Democrat ran against an average Republican, what can we average that out to be? Okay, that's what the nowcast model does. Because it can't account, nothing can account for specifics within elections unless we go to attitudinal data and polling data, which you probably all know how I feel about polling. So, again, yeah, see, now it's flipped. Let's see, Monmouth County, I had at 45.8, so she's still well, actually, yeah, 45.8, so she's still overperforming. The counties that you see that are red, right? Well, actually, Hunterdon County is one that I would expect to see red. Like these counties right here, Warren, Sussex, Hunterdon, I expect those to be red. But we don't have Sussex and Warren in right now. These I expected to be red. Cape May, I expected to be red. So I don't think we're off too much. Oh, the Cincinnati mayor's race. Oh yeah, that was one that I wanted to watch. Is what's happening in that one? Okay. I forgot. Passaic County, is it? Okay, because it's like Massac County is here in Southern Illinois, and it's just like almost exactly the same. I refuse to look at the Washington Post for election results. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Oh shit. Well, he's lost. JD Vance's brother running for mayor, and here he is. He's got 18 point. Oh no. Go back. No. Yeah. He's got 18.3% of the votes. Poetic justice. 24 minutes, people. So the polls close in New York. Okay, let me look at what my nowcast model was saying of what this vote should be. Okay. So my nowcast model for pre-election day voting, I had it of major party vote. Now, are there other candidates running? Okay, there are other candidates running, so it doesn't include those. But what I had for major party vote is that the average Democrat in New Jersey, after the early in-person voting is done, hopefully we'll get all that before we get election day voting, was 61.6%. We're not far off that, and there's some big Democratic counties that have yet to come in. So we'll see how that works. Yeah, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife is awesome. Diego, thank you very much. What do you think, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, the future of the Republic? I don't like Nick Fuentes. I couldn't pick him up out of a lineup, right? I think there's the Tucker Carlson. I know because he's been around forever. I think there is the millennial and Gen Z people, but like people my age, Gen X and all that, they don't even know who that is. I know he's a piece of shit. and the future of Democratic Party. So maybe, I don't know. And the future of the Democrats, left wing populism, AOC, Bernie Sanders, or Mandani, or Mandani. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I think New York's a big one tonight. I don't have any data, so I can't say, oh, I think Mamdani is going to win or whatever. I don't know. I'm really in the dark when it comes to this. But thank you for your super chat. I'm not sure. I don't see. Here's the thing. Oh, I guess. They even got the sign up. Governor-elect Spanberger. She's giving her speech now. I've been saying, as far as the Democratic Party, that is the future. Okay, you have a few, and even Casey Hunt, like on CNN today, basically said the old people in the Democratic Party don't understand affordability, which I thought was great. I forgot the term she used, but it wasn't nice. So yeah, I mean, which is funny because like Bernie's old, but he understands the problems of people. And actually, I'm going to be in Burlington, Vermont in 48 hours from now. I fly out on Thursday. I'm going to be in Burlington. So yeah. So I love Vermont. It's one of my favorite states. So I don't know what will happen in New York. We're going to start seeing numbers in 21 minutes. So that's going to be good. Okay, and we got Warren County here. Let me go back to my, what did I have for Warren County? 39% for Cheryl. Oh, she's overperforming by 10%. So that's an overperforming. It's just this New York area. Okay. Essex, have we looked at Essex yet? 70. Yeah. Okay. We did. It has been. Is Union new? Did they just 72? Yeah. So according to my Nowcast model, she's significantly underperforming in Union. Now that's 23, 33, 34, 35. So 35,000. Let's go see what Essex had. Or no, was that Union we were talking about just now? Jesus. Okay, yeah, that was Union. So that's not even all the early votes and vote by mail. Okay, because that's 72,000. And we don't have 72,000 there. So, okay, so my Nowcast model doesn't get, that's just part of the in-person early vote and vote by mail. That's not all of it. Let's go back to that Attorney General's race. Yeah, I can't move away from this computer. I just said I'm coming back and like I lose 100 people, 100 of my viewers. It's just like gone. All right, we're at 64% in. Like people are saying, like certain people called this or like called New Jersey, but I don't even know who 90% of these people are, to be honest. I've never been in the online space of election prediction, or I mean, even though like I'm online now and doing YouTube, I've never followed any of those people who do YouTube channels or who do Twitter or whatever when it comes to election numbers. I've just never have, because I've actually worked in the business of this. So I've always just worked with my clients or whatever. I've never looked at who people are. I mean, they could be good. They might not be good. I don't know. I don't see how people can project if someone's going to win or not without full data. Okay. The problem when somebody online, like me or whatever, says, oh, I project that they're going to win, they're kind of pulling it out of their ass because they're not doing comparative data. I guarantee you that. It's just a guess. And that's what's Atlas Intel is a perfect example of what just the guessing game is. So yeah. Oh yeah, so like I mean, I love Vermont because I used to live. So I'm gonna just shoot the shit here for a while. I used to live in Montreal, and the reason I'm going to Vermont, my uncle lives in Vermont, and I'm I have to get his car because I need to drive it somewhere, and so he's going to be moving from Vermont. And so I used to live in Montreal. I used to go to Burlington quite a bit to, not quite a bit, but a few times to visit them. So if any of you know Vermont, I would go over to, I think it's called Rouse's Point or Rouse's Point, cross the bridge, go into Alburg. I don't know if anyone's from Alburg, if you're from Vermont, but I need to find out something about Alburg. Alburg, for some reason, during maybe it's this time of the year, they have like a bunch of like wooden cutouts with people wearing shirts in there. It's a weird thing. Maybe I can find it on Google Street View. I don't know. Maybe we could kill the time that way. So you go through Alburg, you then go to Swanton, and then you get on the interstate, go past St. Albans, and then then you get down to Burlington, and it's like all rural, but like you're right, it's all Bernie land. Okay, I love Vermont. I absolutely love it. All right, let's just see what's happening here. All right, so our viewership's gone down, and I think it's because the Virginia race is over. See what we got here. I mean, we still have votes in Loudoun, even though it's 95%. And okay, so this is another thing you need to remember too. And this is what I hate about the New York Times. Okay. It says 66% of votes in. No, that's 66% of precincts counted. Okay. You can have one precinct with 2 votes. You can have one precinct with 3,000 votes. They're different. So when we say more than 95%, what are the ones that are remaining? So let's go ahead and have a recap. Right, so this does look like a double-digit lead. And a double-digit win for Spanberger. The Attorney General's race, still close. We're going to keep an eye on that one. All the other races seem to be the Lieutenant Governor's race is a win for the Democrats. We're seeing what's happened in the House of Delegates here. Let's go over to the Navcast on State Navigate. See what they have. So see, they upped their prediction to 63 seats. Could they get a supermajority? That's what that'd be 67, I assume, because I mean, unless they got different rules for a supermajority in Virginia, which they could have different rules for a supermajority. You're only 4 away from a supermajority. So you've gone from a few years ago to Republicans controlling this stuff to all of a sudden the Democrats can get a supermajority. Let's see how that works. Okay. Let's see if there are any. Okay, let's get the 64th district. Democrats are winning that 64th district, that 69th district. Things are looking good for Democrats right now. If you're a Democrat, you're smiling today. Let's see what's happening in Georgia. 54%, but for some reason this is 81. I mean, this Georgia result is not insignificant. You're talking about you don't even have DeKalb County in. Talking about a 20% win. Granted, it's a special election. You're talking about a 20% win statewide for the Democrats. Granted, it's a special election, beating 2 incumbents. So, right, even though these are not like your typical elections, they are incumbents. 2 incumbents lost. Okay, and the attorney general's race here in Virginia, we're talking about an incumbent losing if this, gap's starting to get a little bit bigger now. So yeah, let's go back at Pennsylvania. Let's see what we got. Yeah, 79 point. Yeah, this is done. This is over. Only 16%, but this is over. I mean, Democrats are running the board right now. All right, so let's see. Here we go, New Jersey, the top of Bart Simpson's head. Sussex County, that's more Democratic than I thought. So, I mean, right along here, these should be red, but they are blue. Now, one thing I'm interested in, Hunterdon County. Okay, 17, 27, 20, 20, 30,000. How many did they have? Because there might be. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is important. Let's look at Hunterdon County. Hunterdon, or Hunterdon. I don't know. Okay. Hunterdon County. That's what I'm going to call it. Okay. The Republican had 13,000. How many Republicans voted? 11,000. Okay. Cheryl had 17,000. So we're basically saying in Hunterdon County that about 2/3 of these, or is that that's total ballots. Okay. We're basically saying that 2/3 of these unaffiliated and minor party voters went to the Democrats in a Republican-ish county. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that the Republicans didn't take the lead here. Yeah, it's looking good. Then we got the 10 minutes until New York. I might have to take a bathroom break before we get into New York. But yeah, Sussex. Now, let me see where Sussex. Okay, this might be 20,000. Sussex. Okay, 20,000. So the number that we're seeing here. Wow. Okay, as you can see, the votes cast for Republicans, 9,882. The Republican votes cast, 8,958. So that means, again, an overwhelming majority of these unaffiliated voters went ahead and voted for the Democrat, voted for Cheryl. This might be a double digit. Well, again, what we're seeing right now is, I mean, Salem doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that seems about right. Gloucester, I'm kind of interested. Now Gloucester's starting to get, let's see. Okay. Now Gloucester's starting to get the election day votes, right? So now we're starting to see these numbers chip away. Starting to see some election. Ocean County, starting to get some election day votes, but not really cutting in, not really making a huge dent. I mean, the fact that Sussex County is Democratic. What did my nowcast model say for Sussex? Holy shit. Okay. So my nowcast model in Sussex said that, is that it? Yeah. My nowcast model for Sussex said that the Democrats would win in pre-election day polling 34%. Here it shows her at 51%. This is a blowout, people. And I didn't, and you might have noticed that when I was doing my videos recently, I didn't want to put myself out there, but I was kind of giving you hints. This is going to look good. The question is this also a clean sweep? I mean, you're talking about large numbers in the Virginia House. You're talking about both of the Georgia races. You're talking about the Pennsylvania, the 3 Supreme Court retention races. You're talking about, well, I mean, the only one that I think we're looking at right now, wait, did another county just come in? No, that just meant, the only one we're looking at right now is this attorney general's race. If this attorney general's race goes, sweep the constitutional offices, Virginia, get huge numbers in the House of Delegates. You have the New Jersey, the New Jersey legislature is fine. Got the Pennsylvania numbers, you got the Georgia numbers. And again, you're talking about Georgia numbers that are, here we are at 89% reporting. Democrats have over slightly, but over 20-point lead. This is not close, people. This is not close. Wolfie762, thank you very much for the super chat. Great job, Dave. Your analysis has been fantastic. It's time to get out those it really is. And I don't want to be and thank you for that super chat. I don't want to be cocky, but it is that's what it is. What's most important here, let me go back. What's really important is that the turnout, now Georgia's obviously a little different, but the turnout in a lot of these elections, well, I don't know. I'm going to look at something. Yeah. This is low turnout. Lower compared to what we're usually used to. A million votes, and it's not going to go much higher. What, 1.2, 1.3, maybe? It's lower, but it's good. But we are seeing high turnout in Virginia. Pennsylvania continues to do well for the Democrats. We're at 5 minutes until New York. That's what we're all waiting for, right? Now, when it does come to people who do the online pontification of voting data, which I guess I include myself in that group, I did notice that, because I talked shit about a lot of Republicans last year and about how they said that Democrats can lose New Jersey and stuff like that. It was closer, but the Democrats were never going to lose New Jersey in the presidential race. So I do know who they are. I'm kind of wondering what they're saying right now. I don't know if any of you watch these Republican, because I guess there's like Ginger something or another, and then there's the Red Eagle I don't know what the names of those ones are, but I remember they were that, and they were like off the wall crazy. Oh, yes. Okay. So someone mentioned Albuquerque. I didn't know much about that race, but I did dip into it and look at it a little bit. I don't think so. Okay. So we got 4 minutes. So I think we're going to have the polls close here okay. So what do we have coming up? We have the New York mayor's race, obviously. We have the Minneapolis mayor's race, which is a ranked choice voting race. So therefore, we're not going to have the real results right away. We have the Colorado race, and this is, I'm looking at the raise taxes for school meal program. See how progressive the state actually is. Okay, it only shows, but okay. Okay, California won't be until later. Seattle mayor's race won't be till later. So the Seattle mayor's race and the California race, because this one's interesting too, because Kate Wilson is a progressive. So now we're going to start seeing the mayor's races. Okay. Marco, thank you for the super chat. Your thoughts on Mark Carney in Canada? I haven't really been following Canada as much lately. And I guess I'll talk about this last few minutes before we get to New York, and I'll just go on to New York graphic now. Well, I guess we'll go over to just the Attorney General's races. We're waiting as that gap is starting to go. As far as Mark Carney's concerned, I mean, I never was a Mark Carney fan. I'm a person that if I had been a Canadian voter, I mean, I'm going to be honest, okay? If I were a Canadian voter in any province but Quebec, I would probably vote probably NDP. Okay, I had no problem with Jagmeet Singh. I actually like him. If I were a voter in Quebec, I'd probably vote for the Bloc Québécois. But at the provincial level, I don't know if I'd vote for the Bloc Québécois or the Parti Québécois. I wouldn't vote for Quebec Solidaire. I wouldn't vote for the CAQ. I don't know who I'd vote for at that level. But I think that Carney is safe for now because I don't know if any. Okay, the NDP, not going to risk anything. Conservatives obviously won an election. Bloc Québécois are the ones who determine things. And they said, we're going to give Carney a year. I think the problem for the Bloc Québécois is they're in the same position as they were before. Okay. And what I mean by that is the Bloc Québécois were, they kind of had a problem. So they're like, okay, maybe people will vote for us, but they're instead going to vote for the Liberals because they're afraid that Pierre Poilievre is going to be prime minister. If they were to have an election right now or force an election by voting against a budget, if they were to have another election, the Bloc Québécois would be in the same situation as before. And as a matter of fact, might even push more people toward the Liberals. Because I don't think they'd go towards Pierre Poilievre. Because Pierre Poilievre has now, by taking the riding in Alberta, has purely put himself as far as Western values. So I don't think, I think the Bloc would be dumb to make that mistake right now. Work with the NDP, let the NDP get their leader. I wish Don Davies would have been the leader, but obviously he's not running. Those two work together and then force an election. You got to have a strong NDP if you're the Bloc, yeah, I think you have to have a strong NDP because you don't have Jack Layton anymore. You're not going to be competing for those seats. Jonathan, thank you for the super chance. JD Fantastic brother lost no, he didn't just lose. He got his ass whooped. Here we go. It's 8:00 right now. He's up to 20%. Corey Bowman. All right. Here we are. I do not know what to expect. I do not know what to expect. And personally, for me, as someone who voted for Bernie Sanders 3 times for president, and many of you might be saying, how did you vote for him in 2024? I wrote him in because I like Bernie Sanders and I knew Joe Biden was absolutely, lights are on, but nobody's home. And even the lights are kind of dim. But hey, we beat Medicare. Anyway, to me, it's kind of important if you're a progressive to win these mayoral races because this is where I think you can actually show the real change and then see if it works or not. At the federal level in a legislative body, you can't, but being in the executive of a city and you're going to say, we're going to start doing this, that, and the other. Of course, you have to have a city council to work with you, but you actually can make some real changes at the city level. And then you make people envious of your city and go, man, I wish we were like that city. All right. All right. So, I hope Sliwa comes in second. That would be great. That would be great. All right. Let's see. Like I said, we have the Minnesota race. Nothing there. I'll press refresh, even though it usually refreshes. Let's go back to Attorney General. So you do have a 2.2% lead for Jay Jones. And this is it, right? I mean, let's see. What do we have? 71, 95, 95. All these rural counties are at 95. Let's see what Norfolk is at. Norfolk is at 67. Richmond is at 27. The fact that Jay Jones is winning Chesterfield is a very, very good sign. Fairfax, 81%, 68. Arlington, 53%. Yeah, Prince William County is almost done. Um, yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's see what Virginia Beach is doing. It's not that, it's kind of close. So yeah. Daniel, thanks for another super chat. Can you explain to me why Fox News spins anytime Democrats win? Like they are. Hold on, I gotta try to. I'm trying to scroll up. Uh, like they're saying no big deal. They said a socialist has taken over and JD is a lock in. Why do they have a lock for 2028? Because it's just what they say. But here's the problem. Forget Fox News. It's the establishment Democrats who say that as well. Okay, so here we go. First numbers in. This is okay, so 819. This is all of the early voting here. So it does look like with the early voting in that Sliwa did lose a significant number to Cuomo. But Mamdani is over 51.5%. 36% in. Let's see if anything's happening in Minneapolis. Well, let's see if something's happening in Colorado. No. There we go. So there we got our numbers. Yeah, ballots cast before election day, and I think that was the number. Like, wasn't it 800 and some thousand? So yeah. So these are vote by mail and in person early. I don't know what's going to happen on election day, but it did seem possibly like Mamdani was going to do good on election day. We'll see. Brian Phelps, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for doing this. The true believers are here with you all night. Thank you very much. Make election coverage great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yep, that's what I'm here for. I mean, Staten Island. Let's go to what we have. Staten Island, 51. Okay, so Sliwa is second in Staten Island, but Cuomo, of course, is first. I mean, can Cuomo win with only pulling 51% in Staten Island? Because that's really where he has to run up the margins, right? Okay, Brooklyn, 60%. We know that. Bronx is going to be 52. Manhattan, 52. Queens, 49. Okay, I think we're kind of like where we think things are going to go. So now I guess we sit and wait because it's going to take them a while to count the votes. So let's go ahead. Minneapolis, nothing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so it looks like yeah, it does look like that these so far. Oh wow. Okay, so this is really interesting. If I recall, these areas are Republican areas, Republican-ish areas. See, this is what establishment Democrats don't understand is that people want to eat the rich. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. Okay, I mean, like as far as the average person, people want the rich to pay their fair share in taxes. That is something that transcends Democrats and Republicans. And neither party is talking about it. You know what the biggest bullshit is? The biggest bullshit is that we have Social Security cap, right? Again, another tax break for the rich. All right, we're starting to get some numbers in, more numbers. Very few. But Sliwa has been abandoned. But okay, he got 27% in Staten Island, which no surprise. But like everywhere else, he's just like, I mean, it's not surprising he has 3% in Manhattan. And a lot, okay, so speaking of Fox News, and other establishment Democrats, is that they act like they're saying, "Oh, this is New York City. We know that's going to happen." New York City voted for a billionaire 3 times for mayor. So this isn't like the voters here are for some socialist paradise. They voted for Michael Bloomberg for 12 years, or for 12 years of being the governor. I mean, being the mayor. Geez, I'm getting everything wrong. So yeah, don't treat it like, oh, this is New York City, socialist, Marxist, everyone's going around with Castro and stuff like. No, they had Michael Bloomberg as mayor. Okay, and people say Giuliani. Giuliani wasn't a billionaire. Michael Bloomberg is. Okay, there's a difference. So yeah. Okay. I don't know if Sliwa is necessarily screwing Cuomo. Because you got to remember, a lot like this Staten Island number of 27% for Sliwa, those are Republicans who hated Cuomo as governor. And my guess is if Sliwa wasn't on there, many of them just would not have turned out to vote. So yeah. All right. Here we are. Let's see what's happening in Colorado. Okay, we're getting a few more. So we're saying no. You do it. I was going to say, that's Denver County. 56% in Denver County. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, wow, that's a tie, isn't it? No, that's... Why is that colored that? Okay. Yeah, Mesa County, 58.4. Jose, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. But good numbers so far, 70%, 63%. Let's go back to that Attorney General's race. The gap is starting to grow, 77% in. It does look... Let's see what they say as far as the House of Delegates. Are they sticking with the same number? It's going up to 64. 64%. Could they get a supermajority in the House of Delegates in Virginia? I mean, honestly, the Democrats haven't had this. I mean, yes, it's an off-year election, but this has a 2008 vibe to it that you just knew things were going to work well. Now let's go back to New York. Yep, numbers are still the same. And we're going to stay through till California and all that. So I don't know if I'm going to take a break in between. It depends, because California and Seattle close in 2 hours from now, or an hour and 50 minutes. We might have all the election results determined by then. Okay. So I do have this from WABC. All right, so 36% in. Oh yeah, check New Jersey. My mistake. All right, so Morris County, 50-50. Ocean County, that doesn't surprise me. 51% in. It is not close. Here's the thing, people. Republicans didn't turn out an early vote, and they're not turning out on election day. Oh well, we got some counties actually voting no to retain. But yeah, all those judges. Let's see what's going on here. 92% reporting. Yeah, that number is good. Nope, Mondani's losing a little bit there. I mean, I think he's safe. I think he'll be the next mayor. I think if you're the Democrat, if you're a Mondani supporter, you're thinking, is this going to be over 50% or under 50%? That's what I think we're looking at. But let's go back to this New Jersey race. I'm surprised Somerset County has not done anything. Gloucester County at 68%, 53 to 47. Okay. Again, this here, let me hold on. I'm going to go to that because I'm not doing a nowcast anymore. Wait, come on. Okay, there we go. All right. So Gloucester County, Gloucester County, 53 to 47. Murphy won 45% there, so that would be a flip. Of course, Ocean County is not going to be a flip. Monmouth County is probably not going to be a flip. I guarantee you Cape May is not going to be. Though that Cape May number is a lot closer than I thought. But let's see what Election Day voting does. The Sussex County number, that's good for the Democrats. Hunterdon County, I'm surprised that's staying there. This looks like another dominant election. Republicans didn't turn up to vote, and this comes to one of the theories that I have about a lot of the what I guess we could call the new Republican Party, the Trump Republican Party, which is that if Donald Trump's not on the ballot, they don't know no election going on, right? They're just like knuckle dragging Neanderthals, be like, me got club and me vote Trump, right? They don't know anything besides Trump, Trump, Trump. And once the cult leader is not on the ballot, like, they don't even friggin' know. And now what I hate is those, like I said, and I said this, and I said it earlier in the stream, I think, the people who are probably mourning the loss of Dick Cheney the most are probably those on MSNBC, because they just seem to be filled with a bunch of never Trumpers turn Democrats who say that Dick Cheney wasn't a bad guy. Okay. Yeah, let's go over to the Attorney General's race. So yep, we're starting to get that widening. And with that, let's go over. Let me reload the House of Delegates. Okay, so a few of these are not called yet. Oh, okay, here we go. So can it... Okay, so they say the supermajority for the Dems have gone down. So the supermajority for the Dems have gone down, but they're not that far away from it. This is a big, wait. Oh, 59 already won. Okay. So let's see, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. Oh, here, 64. So that's where those four are going to be. Let's see, how is this one looking? That could flip. That would be 65. Nah, that's probably not going to happen. That's probably not going to happen. But, oh, here we go. There's one like right, where is that? That one could happen. We can get close to a supermajority. And here's the thing you got to ask yourself. If, let's say, the Democrats in Virginia are one vote away or one seat away from the supermajority there, do they work with some suburban... I don't know Virginia politics. If anybody knows Virginia politics, please let me know. Could they convince someone who is a Republican, a moderate Republican, who's maybe been there for a while, that just kind of keeps quiet on stuff, could they convince him to switch, him or her, to switch parties and give him the supermajority and give him like a committee assignment or something? it's worth it. It's worth it. That's kind of wheeling and dealing that you have to do. This is getting down a little bit with the retention, but the retentions, I mean, they're good. They're fine. Let's go back to here. We're now getting to under 50%. Sliwa gone up a little bit. So let's see, 43% of the votes. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they count these. Let's see if Minneapolis has done anything yet. No. Let's continue to look at Colorado. This one's getting close. So we'll see. With Denver County 56% in, Weld County, Larimer County, that's College Town there. I believe, there's some more liberal counties in here as well. Okay, that's Prop 50. I'm going to see if maybe a Minneapolis site. Minnesota Public Radio. No, there doesn't seem to be anything. Yeah, okay, so we have nothing from Minnesota yet. So this is correct. Yeah, now we're almost at a 4% gap with 79%. Democrat, I mean, unless something happens, Jay Jones wins this. Again, as I told you, rising tide lifts all boats. That's what's happening with the Democrats. Let's see the governor's race. Is this God? Not even close. Not even close. And just kind of just out of curiosity. I'm gonna look. I mean, I hate to look at polls, but I'm kind of like, which polls had, let's see, 12.5%, almost 13%. YouGov poll had it at 15%. But here's the thing, Atlas Intel had it at 9%, and they're one of the lowest compared to. So let's look at that. Okay, really interesting here. Let's look at the ones that have the lowest number compared to what the actual results are going to be here. Okay, so we're looking about 12.5%, 13%. Who are the lowest ones? Quantus Insights, scam Republican poll. Trafalgar Group, scam Republican poll. Atlas Intel, essentially scam Republican poll. Now, these are older polls right here, so these are much closer to Election Day. See a trend? See a trend. All right, let's go back to New York. Let's see what we got. No change yet. No change. But yeah, I think that's just friggin' hysterical. Now Mamdani is under 49. So it does look like voters are abandoning Sliwa. Not totally, but enough. And what you don't see in here too is like Eric Adams is still on the ballot and actually getting votes. I don't know why they're not showing him on there. Oh, show all candidates. There you go, Eric Adams. I mean, this is still within winning range. What was the average poll? let's see what the polls were for Mamdani in that race. Like the oh, what a surprise here. So here you go. Here gives you an idea. Look at how many votes people, what they had Sliwa at 16.3%. So he's half of what the polling aggregate says. Okay. Mamdani is holding his own. They had him at 46%. Mamdani is holding his own. So you did see half of Sliwa's votes go over to Cuomo. So we are seeing that. We are seeing that. Okay, let's see. 47%, 45. Oh. Oh, so then, okay, now this is interesting. Staten Island, two things are interesting here. One, 76% turnout. Second, can Mamdani actually finish second in Staten Island behind Sliwa? This is going to be where Sliwa is going to be the strongest, right? He's at 22. Here he's at 5, 11, 8, 3. Can Mamdani move ahead? Now that means, okay, let's see. 45% in Brooklyn. And that's going to be Mamdani's. Is that going to be his strongest place? I think so. Queens. Those were the days. I'm sorry. I think Queens. I think All in the Family and Archie Bunker. I love that show. I forgot. I like the Democrats. I can't say I like that show anymore. Anyway, so that's 47%, but still, that's 47%. That's 59. Yeah, so a lot of these changes that we've seen in the New York race is based. A lot of this Andrew Cuomo increase has been because Staten Island is going higher and higher. Let's see if Mamdani can do that. Okay, let's go ahead and look at Attorney General's race. Widening out. House of Delegates. Still the same thing. Now we don't need to go to Georgia. Let's just take a look at Pennsylvania. Looking good. New Jersey governor's race. So now we're going to start getting 60% of the votes. Now we're going to start seeing election day voting. Oh, there we go. There you go. But here's the thing, everyone. These aren't close. It's like, they're not just wins, they're blowouts. Okay, let me go ahead. Let me just Wikipedia this. To give you an idea of what we're talking about. Okay. Here's the race last time, 48 to 51%. Here's the race this time, significantly different. Oh, Bart Simpson, go away. Let's see. Did I just see Bon Jovi on this endorsement list? Yes, I did. Bon Jovi, by the way, 1/4 Slovak, so you gotta like him. Okay, results. 2.6 million votes cast. How many do we have? No. Wow, we're already at 2 million and we're at 61%. So here's another thing you got to remember, people. We're talking about Democrats dominating and having high turnout. Okay, I'm actually interested to see how many total votes were cast in Virginia in 2021. So So, Glenn, okay, I just want to go to total votes. 3,288,000. How many do we have here? We're getting close. We're getting close. The Mantis, I just see S. Thank you for your super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Dave, any chance tonight's results will make you reconsider staying to US? No. No, because and thank you for asking that question. Let me just clarify this. It's not that I mean, I did make my video about saying, hey, if you're gonna leave, leave. But for me, it's a little bit different. I went to the UK, not part of Europe anymore, but I went to the UK in 1997 for the first time. Loved it. Then in 1998, and I might have the picture here. So I was in Paris on a trip. Let me go to New York while I tell this story. So we'll go ahead and do this. I was in Paris, and it was one of those trips we started in London. It was right after France won the World Cup. Even though it's kind of all dirty and stuff, I got my France hat right here. Went from London, Paris to Lucerne to Cologne to Amsterdam to back to London. I fell in love with Europe. And if you followed this channel from the beginning, when I started doing my nowcasts and all that, you probably know that I was in Paris. And the reason I was in Paris, I was staying there for 5 weeks. But I did go to Germany, like visited there and all that. I was there for 5 weeks. And the whole idea was, because I've lived in Russia for 5 months. I lived in Canada for 2 years. I've always liked being outside of the United States. And it's not because I'm leaving the United States, it's because I just liked those other places. Even Russia I liked. I wouldn't go there now, but I did like it. But the whole idea was, if I'm in Paris for 5 weeks, will it kind of be like, okay, it's not as great as I thought? Or would it be exactly what I thought? It actually exceeded my expectations. I spent 3 weeks in Bratislava. And also my main form of income, I teach English, right? So I quit the political world in 2019. Coincidentally, that's when I was in Russia as well. I quit the political world in 2019, have not worked on any campaign or election since 2017. So 8 years now, I have not worked on campaigns. I do not want to. I like doing this, but I can't do that. So I love Europe. I love the fact that if I go to the Czech Republic, I'm going to pay significantly less taxes in the Czech Republic than I am in the United States. And I'm going to get healthcare from day one. Okay. I have to wait until I'm 65 years old to get my Medicare and then have to pay for a Medicare supplement on top of that. Nope. I get my healthcare right away. And guess what? The taxes in the Czech Republic and Slovakia are significantly cheaper. And the quality of healthcare in the Czech Republic, which is where I'm probably going to move to, is really good. I mean, any healthcare compared to the US is really good. I mean, I'm not going to show you, I have a sore in my mouth. Okay. I got it the day after Christmas, December of last year. It's still there. I'm not able to get an appointment to get it removed until December, like almost a year. And everyone talks about, you pay for healthcare here in the United States. You can just drive up to the drive-through window and get that thing taken. No, you got to wait. And guess what? I got to pay $800 because it's out of network. You don't have to worry about that with universal healthcare. You don't have to worry about the network. But now that I'm going to be a Slovak citizen, I'm going to cancel my appointment because it's not major. I mean, shit, it's been there for a year now. I'm going to cancel my appointment and be like, yeah, I'm going to go get my free healthcare in Czech Republic because that's where I'm going to be setting up my freelance. So, yeah, so for me, it's not because of Trump that I want to leave. I'm going to be honest. Ever since I was a child, I've never been a fan of the United States because even as a child, I knew that the way that that the government treats its citizens in the United States is friggin' horrible. So, that's why. So thank you for your super chat. It allowed me to kind of explain why I want to leave. And that is because, that really is because I just like it there. Okay. All right. So let's look at Mamdani. Let's see. Oh, wow. He's second place in Staten Island now. Holy shit. Whoever thought that a Democrat would be second place? Okay. Technically, a Democrat is first and second place in there. Mamdani declared winner. Very exciting. Okay. Who's declaring him the winner? Oh, here we go. I don't know these. Okay, Harlem, West Harlem. I don't know anything about New York neighborhoods. Oh, I know Rockaway. Where's that? There's Rockaway. Yeah, that does. Actually, Mamdani's doing not bad there. That doesn't surprise me. That's all where the Irish are. Wait, hold on. How did I want the borough. I don't want. What happened? What did I press? I want the boroughs. I don't want the. Okay, whatever. So, is that the last question by Oh yeah, Jonathan. Thank you very much for the super chat. Mamdani declared a winner. Very exciting, and Mike Sherrill as well. Yeah, let's go back to that New Jersey race. Or New Jersey race, Jesus. Attorney General's race. Yeah, this is holding on. The thing about Mamdani, did I think he was going to win? Yes. The question I have is he over 50%? And the question after, there are three questions I have. One, is Cuomo going to call to congratulate him? I think Sliwa will. I have no problem with Sliwa. I think he's an actual, upstanding guy. I respect what he does. Okay, I have no problem with him. Does Cuomo call to congratulate Mamdani? Be interesting to see if that happens. I think it's 50-50 that he won't. But here we are now, people. Buckle in because we're fine. I know people are saying that he was already declared the winner, but it's just nice to see it on the New York Times page. It's not and I'm going to give the New York Times credit where credit is due. A lot of people have been going after Mamdani, okay? But I truly believe the New York Times has been very fair in its coverage of the election. Very fair. Maybe they were fair because they knew that he would win, but again, give credit where credit is due. The New York Times, I canceled my subscription to the New York Times because of how they were misidentifying the Charlie Kirk shooter, talking about how he was some sort of radical liberal. And I'm like, I'm not, you're spreading, disinformation. I went ahead and signed back on because I like the way that they've actually been covering this election. So yeah. So, okay, so somebody put it's Cuomo-over, but I switched 2 letters and read it the wrong way. I'll let you figure out how I accidentally read that. Okay. This is a dominant night, people. This is a dominant night. Yeah, Sliwa just totally underperformed. And what this tells me is that, okay, now this is another important thing too. Sliwa was at 8% when all the early voting came in. Trump had nothing to do with that, right? Trump saying vote for Cuomo over Sliwa had nothing to do with that because they were already doing that. So yeah. Winner. I don't think I have the sound on this that I can play it.
And has one of the other stations has just declared the mayoral race for Zohran Mamdani. So as we're going on live, we're going to go back to you guys.
All right, NJ,
thank you very much, NJ. So that's
we're trying to look at it. I'm looking
right now. Hang on for 1 second.
Let me pause. Let me do that. All right. So when he comes back on, I'll go ahead and show the speech. No, Pennsylvania. Look at this. Look at this. They're not even close. These races are not even remotely friggin' close. Uh-oh. It's getting closer there. They're not even remotely close. These are blowouts. I mean, except for the Attorney General's race. These are blowouts. They're double-digit leads. The Attorney General's race, it'll be interesting to see when they call that. Now, I don't think we're going to get a supermajority in Virginia. So let's see, 60, 61, 62, 63. It looks like 64 seats will be won. This one could go, which would be 65. That one won't go. That could be. Okay, wait, hold on. So 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. This one could go 65. This one could go 66. This one could go 67. Maybe. So remember, their projected seat numbers are just based on kind of what the results are right now. Let's keep an eye on this. If we get a supermajority, whoa. Okay, let's go over the other things. So let's see what's happening in Georgia. That race is basically over. Democrats are, I don't know why there's so few votes in this other race. I mean, they're basically the same thing. Democrats have a plus 20% win in Georgia. The Pennsylvania retention races, all going well, dominating. Cheryl elected governor by a very wide margin. Again, remember, here's what it was last time, 48% to 51.22%. Not even remotely friggin' close. Mamdani doing well. Let's see if he can expand his lead. I'm kind of wondering how do I get this back to the boroughs? I'm not a New Yorker. I don't know what, okay. I don't know what Crown Heights is. Oh, where's Jamaica Heights? I know that's from Coming to America. There it is. Jamaica, or no, that's Jackson Heights. Or Jamaica, I forget which one. Or is it Jackson Heights zone? Mr. Randy Watson. Okay, I don't remember. All right, I want to see if that number goes up. All right. Okay, we got some election results from Minneapolis. So Omar Fatah is in the lead. Now, if you remember, Dwayne Davis and Jazz Hampton, their campaigns basically said, now it's only 4% of the vote in, basically said, if you pick us as your first choice, pick Omar Fatah as your second choice. That is a blowout if that happens. Let's keep an eye on this Minnesota race. This is going to be a really interesting one to watch. Let's refresh and see what's happening in Colorado. I mean, literally, I don't want to say that the Democrats, I don't want to be the hyperbolic, the Democrats are winning everything, but the Democrats are winning everything. Like literally everything. The only thing that we're worrying about right now is this one. That's it. Then we'll have this mayor election coming up. Well, that just goes to their website. I mean, this is the closest race right now. Okay, I gotta look it up. I'm sorry. Where is Randy Watson from? Yeah, Jackson Heights. Okay. Mr. Randy Watson. If any of you have seen Coming to America, you know what I'm talking about. I believe the children are our future. Thank you very much. Well, that's Brooklyn. Queens. It's like, I don't... Like, seriously, I am the worst person for geography in New York. I, like, know Queens is not, like... Brooklyn and Bronx, I always get mixed up. I don't know which one. I know Staten Island because it's a friggin' island. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, Mamdani is getting closer, but that's 80%. So it looks like he's going to be around 50. And I think if you're Mamdani, and this is your first big electoral test, I mean, he's in the, he's in the assembly there. He's in the House. So he's won elections before. This is a great result for you. This is good. Oh, scroll down for boroughs. Oh, they must have switched it because they originally had boroughs. Okay, so Staten Island's done. Brooklyn at 77. That's the strongest, or is, yeah. 78, 74. I'm surprised. They're counting quickly. I mean, this is just domination. Honestly, okay. So they just, okay. So the chances of winning, okay, so the supermajority is not going to happen. Okay, so 61, 62, 63, 64. $65, 60. They could be one away. Because it seems now this is half. I don't know why they're not calling this. I mean, obviously the people who do this are specialists in Virginia. Okay. So that looks like it's a strong Democratic win. Okay, so the Republicans could win this one too. Okay. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's go over to Attorney General's race. Yeah, that gap is just widening there. Wait, hold on. It's Van Jones.
Independents gave Donald Trump a shot, buyer's remorse. The Latin community gave him a shot. You see, buyer's remorse. Black men gave Trump a shot. They've come back home, buyer's remorse. Why? Because people are sick of the status quo. That's why they voted for Trump the first time. That's why they voted him out the second time. That's why they voted him back in.
Okay, well, I'll watch all that later, but so we'll close this. Okay, so one of those just became Democratic, 62, so 63, 64. Let's see what these other ones do. I'm wondering why they're keeping this one. I assume they might come within one seat of a supermajority, like literally one seat. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close out the Georgia ones. We know how that's going. The Pennsylvania ones, it's getting a little closer, but the retention numbers are fine. I mean, you're at 45%. Let's see if this might change a little bit. You are seeing some of these other counties, but just Allegheny County at 63%. Let's see, Philadelphia at 36% turnout. Montgomery, Bucks County, 74%. There's your big one, right? Bucks County is the one we always look at when we're looking at Pennsylvania. It's saying right now it's 26%, but it's saying, yep, we want to keep the judges. This New Jersey number is great. I don't think he said a majority voted for him, but more younger black men did. I think what it is, I mean, my opinion, with the cult that Donald Trump has, if Donald Trump no on ballot, then these knuckle dragging Neanderthals don't even know there's an election. Because like I see, like I watch Kyle Kalinske, I do like him, and he's talking about all these podcasters. I don't even know who the hell these guys are, but you know, these knuckle dragging Trump people, I like Trump, they know who they are. I don't know. Okay. If he could get a double-digit lead, that would be nice. But you are seeing with Election Day voting, Sliwa is going down. So I guess Trump had a little bit of an effect. Here we go. Now Jacob Fry is in the lead. But I mean, I really don't know. Yeah, see, it'll be interesting to see how they're actually going to do this. Right? Let's see if it explains it. No. Because it's ranked choice voting. So I'm interested, like, how they're going to... There's very few votes in, so I guess this is after already... Like the precincts or whatever they have is already after they've counted the preferences. Maybe. I don't think that's not, especially if these three have a pact. I don't think that's enough for Fry to win. I assume he would have to be like at 45% and hope some of these bleed off. But I don't think that's enough. We'll see. See what's happening in Colorado. Looking good still. I mean, Denver County is only at 56% reporting. We still have an hour to go for these last two that I'm watching. So, Prop 50 and the Seattle mayor's race. So, let's go to Attorney General. Yeah, so with the ranked choice voting, like I said, I don't know if this is... They've gone through the preferences and then it's the final results. Because what you have in Australia, you essentially have the same thing. Instant runoff, right? I think it's single transfer. No, it can't be. But you have the first preference vote, the primary vote, and like the counts are at the same time many times. Okay, Fry has gone down. Jeez. I mean, now this is a 4-point lead with 86% in. I mean, that's 86% in, and you still have... What are we waiting on? I mean, I thought that Jay Jones, if he was going to lose, even if he slightly won, he would have lost Chesterfield. That's not happening. So we still have Richmond. Still have Arlington. Let's see Roanoke. God, I hate these maps. Okay, Roanoke's fine. Montgomery, that's a college county. All right. Let's see what's happening here. Ah, see, okay, this one flipped. So now, oh, it looks like this one flipped. Okay, so we're at 62, 63, 64. This could go, so the Democrats could still get 66 seats in Virginia. This is the one I'm really watching. See if Mamdani is getting, he's increasing his, it might just stay stagnant for the rest of the time now. Okay. So I think at the top of the hour, I'm going to take a 2-minute break because, you know, eventually I got to pee. I'm going to remove this. No. Well, it's funny because someone said they used to live about a minute from the McDonald's. Barack Obama went to a Gators dockside in Orlando. I don't know if it was during the campaign or not, but he gave a speech there. And he went to Gators dockside and Dr. Phillips. It was off of Dr. Phillips Boulevard and Conroy Windermere. And I had been to that Gators dockside tons of times. And my friend, who has passed away since then, he lived right across the street from there. He was driving by. It's like he saw all these cop cars or anything. He thought like someone was raiding it, and then found out later it was Barack Obama who was there. So yeah, that was funny. So yeah. Yeah, I think now the race where the two races we're kind of keeping an eye on is, yeah, why is that? The three races I'm keeping an eye on right now is what's going on here. So it looks like that there won't be, but I mean, I guess the question becomes, are some going to be in recount territory, automatic recount territory? I don't know what the automatic recount procedures are in Virginia, but that could be the case. So Democrats went in there. So it looks like, I mean, all these are 49-50, 49-51. Let's see what this one has done. That one is not. Like this one, like all the races that we have here, the four that are left. Okay, this one in Virginia Beach is going to go Republican, I assume. But all the other ones are like can teeter either way. The Democrats get all these, are only one seat away from a supermajority. Okay, now if you're looking at it, the numbers are going up a little bit more. Okay. Okay, that was funny. So it's like here. They say, see detailed results. Okay. It's like the same damn thing. Oh, you give me a bar. Thank you. All right, so we're at the top of the hour. So what I'm going to do for now is I am just going to take my 2-minute break. I will be back. Don't leave because I will be back. All right, see you See you in like 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Geez, I lost like 200 people. Really? Are people this much into TikTok brain that it's like that, oh, if you're not doing it 100%, I need to go because I need to get my I mean, come on. Let a guy pee and get some water. Holy cow. Daniel, thanks for another super chat. Let me see what you got here. Based on tonight, how do you see the midterms going for 2026 for the Democrats, House and Senate? I think the Democrats have more of a favorable map, and I've said it. I do believe they have a problem in Maine. Okay. And here's what I think so funny is you got a lot of establishment Democrats saying, oh, we don't want Mamdani because the Republicans are going to say, socialist, communist, and all that. And he won. Yet they don't seem to say anything about a guy having an SS tattoo on his friggin' chest for years. Okay. Make up your mind what is and what isn't rage for you. As far as the House, I would have to look at that individually. The problem we have with the House right now, so many of the maps are changing, right? So you have Texas changed, you have Ohio changed, looking like having California changed, maybe Illinois will change, maybe Florida will change. So that's another thing. But yeah, I swear, people are TikTok brains. I'm going for go take a leak. And people, really? Okay. That's okay. No, I mean, the other option in Maine is just find somebody else. I mean, you went to the docks and found this guy. You're telling me you can't find anybody else? I mean, come on. So I think there are other options. Okay, so let's go ahead and recap. Top of the hour. Abigail Spanberger becomes mayor easily. This, for some reason, is not called. I figure it would be by now, but the Attorney General's race has not called. Let's look at and let's refresh what's happening in Virginia in the House of Delegates. So we still have these very close up. The Republicans are pulled into a little bit of a lead there. The Democrats still holding on by the smallest of margins there. Same thing here. The Democrats are up by 0.1%. That will probably be recount area. Again, I don't know the recount rules there. Same thing here. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. As we see in Pennsylvania, we see all the judges. All right, okay, so yeah, they've now, the AP has now called all the judges. The retention of the judges in Pennsylvania is yes, 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 and it looks like overwhelmingly so. As we can see, the Bart Simpson fetus here, we can see that we now have Governor Sherrill, right? So this is not even a close result at all. If we look at the last election, we can see that it was close. This election, not close. So Zohran Mamdani is, it seems like he's hovering around this 50.5% area. Maybe that's where he's going to finish, but he has won. And okay, so I want to hear Zohran Mamdani. I'm glad the Democrats won, but I want to move away from that establishment wing. So yeah, so Mamdani wins. Minneapolis mayor's race, we still have more going on. So we'll see what happens there. Only 7% in. And because they have the ranked choice voting, it's probably going to take a while to count. Oh, did I say Jay Johnson? I meant Jay Jones. My bad. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm like, is there somebody named Jay Johnson? Okay. Colorado, it does seem like these more liberal ballot initiatives are going to pass. That's all we got for right now. So right now we're really looking, and I'm going to put them over here. We're looking at the Attorney General's race in Virginia. We're looking at the House of Delegates in Virginia. And we're looking at the Minneapolis mayor's race. So these are the only three that are kind of like, let's see what happens. The mayor's race is the only one that we'll see. I mean, a Democrat's going to win it. It's just what kind of Democrat wins it. Okay, Max, thank you very much for the super chat. So you're just done on Plattner. Mills is the one. No, find someone else. Like I said, if you got this guy from the docks, go to the docks and find another guy. Okay. There's a difference between just yelling communist, communist, communist all the time and actually having a tattoo of like the little logo or little emblem that was on, Heinrich Himmler's hat. Okay. There's a difference there. And to me, I mean, I'll tell you, I will say one thing. I think this is good for Democrats is that I think today's election, really the old tired arguments that the Republicans have done. Oh, you better not vote for the Democrats because the trans people will get you, or you better not vote for the Democrats because the socialists will get you, and so on and so forth. I think they finally ran their course. I think the voters are like, okay, yeah, whatever. Shut the hell up because what you're saying is not the truth. Of course, some people are going to vote on that, and those people are going to vote for the Republicans anyway, right? But I think the average voter is just tired of the demagoguery from the Republican Party that, I think it went a little, I think people are just tired of it. It's not like, I mean, yes, it has gone too far, but they just don't want that shit anymore. So, but yeah, there are, okay. So, okay. So let me go ahead and get my, I'll show you this. Okay. So let me go ahead and get this bottle, or this can here. This, I'm gonna have to move my camera here. Okay. Let me go ahead and show you this Red Bull can. All right. You can see he was, okay. So, on the edge of doing something between right and wrong, right? Sometimes you can be on the edge. Did somebody do something right? Did somebody do something wrong? We're right on that edge. As far as Platner is concerned, he was way off the edge. Okay, that to me, having a Nazi friggin' tattoo is way beyond just, oh, can we do it? And here's the problem, too. If people are gonna, if people are going to go ahead and say, oh, we'll forgive him for that, don't bitch when the Republicans do it with their candidates. Because, see, that's the problem. The Kyle Kalinskis will go out there and say, oh, look, this Republican has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. But then when the Democrat has it, or a progressive has it, it's okay. Right? Don't fall into that trap. So, yeah, I mean, and even Frank Luntz said it too. He was talking about he's like, Mamdani is going to win, and it's affordability. Oh, Democrats did pick up that seat here. So, and that's probably out of recount range. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, that seat flipped. All of a sudden, that's 55-44. Okay, that was when Democrats were winning. Okay, so the only one that looks like they could go Democratic is that one. Okay, they did call this, which I'm not surprised. So 63 seats. I mean, 63 seats is impressive. I think did they go in with 50 or 51 seats in the Virginia legislative race? Okay, House of Delegates race. Oh, there must have been some changes because the Democrats had 48. They lost it. Right. There was some, yeah. So I think, I don't know, because that would have been a 23 election. No, the Democrats won, right? They had 51 seats. Okay. They did have 51 seats. So it was 49-51. Okay. They're now at 63. And even if they end there, that's pretty damn good. Okay, Schwartz, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks again for your spot on and no nonsense election coverage. You're vastly superior to the corporate stooges and pundits. Best of luck in Europe. Thank you. Appreciate that. And unfortunately, I hate to say this. I mean, I don't hate to say it. I do hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it. This channel is unfortunately going to have to be mostly focused on American politics. Because whenever I do something international politics, it just right down the toilet. Like nobody watches it. And I honestly think this is a problem with America. Americans are so American centric that talking about anything outside of the borders of this country is like foreign, and it's unfortunate. It's sad. It sucks. When I did the stuff on the Canadian elections, most of the people I got were from Canada. And if I feel if I did do something about the French elections or German election or whatever, when I did the German elections, I did have people from here. A lot of people from Germany. I love doing those German elections. But unfortunately, those elections don't pay the bills. Okay. And I am doing this to try to make it a profession, or at least a good side gig. All right. Okay, I was seeing if Mamdani was coming, because once he comes, we're going to go ahead and flip over there because I want to watch that. So, yeah. See, okay, so somebody mentioned as a Mexican American, I don't know Latin American elections, but I know Mexican elections well. I actually took, at university, I took history of Mexico class and politics of Mexico. So I'm very, very interested in Mexican politics, especially the collapse of the PRA and PAN. I friggin' love that. And, the PRD, is it again? They just totally collapsed. Okay. Yeah. So it's interesting. I do like Mexican politics. I really do. Jay Jones wins. That was your race right there that you're like, it's going to be a damn good night if you win the Attorney General's race. Okay? And it wasn't close. I mean, when all is said and done, it wasn't close. 5.5%? Not close. So, yeah. So it seems like someone is a little bit upset that I said something about Kyle Kulinski. So I didn't say anything bad about him. Okay. I watch his channel as well. But I'm sorry if somebody has a different opinion than you do. Well, that's more of a you problem than a me problem. So yeah. So this looks good. Let's see. Okay, so is this one? So it looks like it's going to be 63. But going from 51 to 63 seats? I mean, gaining 12 seats in an election? Holy shit. I mean, have they ever... When was the last time that any party gained 12 seats in a Virginia legislative election? I'm going to go... Okay, so the Democrats in 2017 gained 15 seats, but were still in the minority. The Republicans had 66 seats at before, and then it went down to 51-49, so it became that. So Democrats did do that in 17. So yeah. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. So Woman Getty, I can't see the rest of it. I got my bachelor's degree in political science and history from Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. And this degree behind me is from McGill University in political science, focusing on voting behavior and Canadian politics. So that's why I like doing Canadian politics, because that's why I got my degree in. But specializing in voting behavior, and I'm actually, for people, and I know I got it open somewhere, I am a published academic author as well. I got to find where... Oh, there it is, right here. So you can see me. So election forecasting. So when I do forecasting and nowcast models and all that, I don't like just pull it out of my ass and say whatever. I actually have academically written about forecasting models. So yeah. So that's where I come from. So, I didn't call Kyle Kulinski Blue MAGA. Go back in the video. Show me the timestamp where I called Kyle Kulinski Blue MAGA. Okay. Am I Canadian? Unfortunately not. I'm an American, unfortunately. See, with Plattner, I think I truly... I get Fetterman vibes. Okay, now of course, I mean, and even take away Fetterman as far as Israel and Gaza is concerned. So remove that. I think right now he would still be a problem, right? He would still be a problem even without that. I think that's what kind of got him on the road to being a problem. I just get Fetterman vibes. And I don't know. I mean, granted, you got like the Republicans running. I mean, the Republicans have Tommy Guberville as one of their senators who's pretty dumb, but friggin' Herschel Walker almost won in Georgia. I mean, that's just some wow. Oh, okay. Okay, Max, thank you very much. So I thought you were talking to me. I mean, I watch Kyle Kulinski all the time. Okay. And as a matter of fact, I would say he's the opposite of Blue MAGA. He literally had a video, and I thought about doing it on my channel, but I'm trying to move away from commentary and focus on numbers. He literally had a video the other day where he was just ripping apart what the DNC's like, research of how they need to change. He was ripping it apart. So yeah, anyone that says Kyle Kulinski's Blue MAGA is no. I like him. I mean, I was actually interviewed. If you go to my channel back in 20, what was it? It wouldn't have been the 16 election. It would have been the 2020 election. So I was interviewed by Crystal, right? So, yeah, I mean, I can show you guys that video if you want to, because we were talking about what was going to happen in Florida. Oops. Oh, where's my, so yeah, I'm just going to throw, I can't do that. Oh, crapola. Hold on, copy, paste. So yeah, if you're a Kyle Kulinski person or you like, Crystal Ball and stuff like that, if you go to the other channels that I've been on before, so I was on Rising when they were doing Rising before. So, here I was. So it was a long time ago before my camera was better and all that. So yeah, in fact, it was so funny in this one. So what was this, 2020? I think it was 2020. And I basically said, hey, we can have a situation where Georgia goes Democratic and Florida goes Republican. And that's what ended up happening. All right. So, okay, so thank you again for the super chat. You were much more accurate than most of the accurate pollsters like Atlas and Emerson's. Congrats. Now, here's the thing, and I mentioned this before, and it's important for people to know, is that a poll is not a predictive model. So as I showed, I do forecasting. I look at predictive models. I have studied them extensively. Like half of these books up here that I got are like voting behavior. Fiorina, that's one that you need to know. Kind of one of the original, Anthony Downs. The theory of, this is about economic voting theory. It's not this is actually the theory of economic voting, but there's also something called voting economic theory, which are totally different things. I don't have the American Voter up here. I do want to get a copy of Campbell, Converse, Miller, and Stokes up here. This is what so what I'm saying today, this is what I do. Like this is my wheelhouse. And so I feel very comfortable with numbers. Max, again, thank you very much. Herschel Walker did hang in there, but you have to consider that Brian Kemp was on the same ticket, giving Walker a boost. I mean, yeah, and I think we've really learned for the most part, and I mentioned this earlier, you only got about 5% of people who are true swing voters. It's not this big swing voter thing like people think. I think at the end of the day, what you're going to see is just a lot more Democrats. Here we go. You're going to see a lot more Democrats just ended up turning out the vote and Republicans didn't. So yeah. Let's go ahead and look at the Yeah, I mean, I'd like him to be over 50. I hope he stays there. It's Oh no, I forgot. I'm not going there. The Upper East Side, that's where the Slovak consulate is in New York. But I'm not going there. I'm going to Ottawa to swear in. Like, yeah, 3 weeks from now, I'm going to be a Slovak citizen. Can't wait. Well, Mamdani isn't there yet. Oh my God, they got Hakeem Jeffries on CNN. Oh, God. I wish Democrats would primary him and Richie Torres. Honestly, just why Hakeem Jeffries? Why? Can someone get okay? If someone's a Hakeem Jeffries fan on there, can someone tell me what it is? Why is he the Democratic? Why? The guy has like the guy has the personality of this friggin' beanbag wrist thing that I have. Actually, this has more personality because I can move it. It's like, why? I just don't get it. Yeah, so when Mamdani comes up, we're going to go ahead and do that. I assume Cuomo is going to concede first. We'll see what happens. All right, let's go ahead and look. Let's look at it. Yeah, there we go. Mamdani seals victory in improbable run. And what pisses me off is they call him a Democratic Socialist. He calls himself a Democratic Socialist, and he's not a Democratic Socialist. He is a social democrat, and you might think that is semantics, but it's not semantics. Okay, because Pelosi picked Jeffries. Yes. I mean, I'm asked. I mean, I don't want to say it's a rhetorical question, but it kind of is because yes, you're exactly right. It was Pelosi's choice, and she's still in control. Okay. So there is a difference between a Democratic Socialist and a Social Democrat. And all the people who say they're Democratic Socialists are not Democratic Socialists. Social Democrats are like what we see in Europe, where you have people of the left who support a strong safety net and to have government involvement in things like community grocery stores and stuff like that. Democratic socialism is the belief of eliminating capitalism, but having the workers take over the means of production, but everything that is done within the means of production is brought to a democratic vote. So the workers would own the factory, and then if the factory wanted to do something, then the workers within that factory democratically would vote as to should they go this way or whatever it is. Social democracy does not eliminate the concept of capitalism. So democratic socialism absolutely does, because it is the workers taking over the means of production and the rejection of capitalism. The overthrow of the bourgeois by the proletariat. Okay, so yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's okay. Get off my high horse there. That's the reason why I just hate when I see Democratic Socialists for people who are not Democratic Socialist. So hopefully I didn't lose you on all of that. Because I do know I do know a lot about political theory. It's not what I do, but I do know, if you want to talk about Kropotkin and anarchist ideals, not that I believe them, but, I have read them. I have studied them and whatnot, but yeah, Mamdani is not a Democratic Socialist, and he'll identify as one, but he's not one. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to see if we can get, okay. So this is Washington, D.C., obviously not Washington State. Charlie is looking up from hell and crying. Yeah, I mean, like honestly, to tell you the truth, I didn't know much about Charlie Kirk. I just knew that people said he was an asshole. That's all I know. There you go, Jay Jones. Not Jay Johnson. Don't know who Jay Johnson is, but he got a shout out tonight. Don't know who he is, but there you go. Yeah. Now we're just kind of in. So we got a half hour until California and Seattle. Oh, let's go to the mayor's race. Let's go to the mayor's race in Minneapolis. I think I'm gonna have to refresh this. Wow, they have not updated in a while. I wonder if that's a mistake. I'm going to go ahead and look it up. Okay. Okay, Minneapolis election results. Does the state of Minnesota actually do those? Municipal races. Minneapolis, go. Yeah, see, so, okay, let me go ahead and put the Minneapolis. Okay, so we have, yeah, because that's 38. So we have Jacob Fry at, and let's see, significantly more. So you got 4,029 here, but let's look at the state of Minnesota's website. So you have Jacob Fry at 60,000, so significantly more than what we just saw. 41.76. Omar Fatah at 31.72. Let's see who's third. Dwayne Davis, 13.73. Jazz Hampton at 10.39. Everyone else is going to be under 1%, and significantly so. So yeah, so those numbers are wrong. But, oh, okay. Those aren't wrong. So these are the first choice. So this is, do they have somewhere else where they show? No, they don't. Okay, so what they're going to do, I can already tell what they're going to do. What they're going to do is they're going to go ahead and do all the first choice ones first and then do the second choice. So here's our first choice. If you're Omar Fatah, that's good. And that's 100. Okay. 136 of 137 precincts reporting. Okay, let's see if they got a map. Let's see. So there should be one in here that is just not reporting. Oh, a lot of precincts here. Well, I mean, it is a city. So yeah, here's our one precinct that isn't Hennepin County, Minneapolis, W12PO2. Okay, don't know what that means. But, so yeah, okay, here are our first preference votes. Here are the first choice votes. And yes, Jacob Fry is winning here as plurality. But if this coalition sticks together, the Fatah Hampton Davis coalition, the anybody, I mean, it was basically an anybody but Fry movement. Omar Fatah is going to be the next mayor of Minneapolis. This actually looks good. But we'll see if that coalition holds. Okay, let's go back to the okay. So here we go. So all the votes have been counted in Virginia. In this one, well, I guess. Yeah, I wonder why this is still going, but they're. See, they just updated it here. So what they don't say, I don't think they even say here. Yeah, these are just first preference votes. Okay. Yeah, so here we go. 64 seats. The Democrats picked up 13 seats. They picked up 13 seats in the House of Delegates. Now remember, when they picked up 15 seats in 2017, that got them to 51-49. They had 49, the Republicans had 51. You're talking about 64 to 36 here. Totally different ball game. Ranked choice voting should be a national thing. I agree. And I think the first place we'll start seeing it turn around, that it really happens, even though it didn't work last time, is going to be Alaska. Right? let's see what happens in Alaska. Let's see what's happening in New York. Let's see what's happening in Washington. Oh, let's see how JD's bro is doing. JD's bro is moving up. He's 21.8%. Sorry, they just don't like you. All right. Yeah, I mean, now we kind of got a quiet time. Well, let me see what else. So that looks, so now we're just kind of, the Minnesota race is our number one race that we have right now. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, they already predicted that they were the winners. Let's see what's happening in New Jersey. New Jersey, this is, I mean, I guess the question is now, let me go to the Spanberger. I guess the question is now there'll be a race to who has the bigger margin. And remember I said during my last few videos, I go, New Jersey and Virginia look like they're about to be the same when it comes to election results. I mean, they pretty much are the same. 56%, 57%. Let me close these. Okay, Mamdani still when I picked up 0.1%. Oh, okay, good. So the ballot measures in Colorado, both are, the AP called both of those. I guess it's the AP. Yeah, AP estimate. So there we go. And Denver County still has more to come in. Let's see, Larimer County. That's where I think Fort Collins is there. So yeah. And this is good. This is like a good progressive number because there is a congressional district here that flipped from Democrat to Republican. And this shows if they got some progressive votes in, and these are all within the Democratic, this yes, that Boulder yes, these are all within that congressional district. That actually bodes well. Okay, let's see what we have. All right, so these are the only two that we're waiting for tonight. I mean, we're still seeing what happens. Okay, so now when it comes to Minnesota, now we're going to start. So essentially, with the exception of that one precinct, all first preference votes or first choice votes, I usually say first preference votes, or primary preference, like Australia, are done. Now it'll be interesting if they how they do it from this point on, as far as the ranked choice voting and how they're going to report that. I mean, tonight is a sweep. And it isn't just a sweep, it's an absolute ass kicking. I mean, like, really. I don't even like, and I'll tell you guys, I mean, because of the 2024 thing, and I put up the warnings, but then I said, oh, I think the Democrats are going to win. I fucked up there. I admit that. Because my nowcast models, with the exception of, really, all my nowcast models, with the exception of Wisconsin and Michigan, I thought those were going to be good. I was wrong on that. Every single other one, it was like, nope, it looked bad. And I believe two guys, Simon Rosenberg and Tom Bonnier. My fault. As a matter of fact, I wrote about those two on my Substack. If you go there, you can see. It's basically called, I think it's called, Bonnier and Rosenberg Go Fuck Yourself, or something like that. That's the title of it. I actually had one of those two call somebody who I know very well, who's high up in politics. And one of those two told that person to tell me to take down that article about them. And there's a reason why, if you look at some of my older videos, like afterwards, I guess I'll just say it because it's in my older videos. I kept on saying, no, Simon, I'm not going to take down that article. Okay, so that's in what. So if you've ever wondered, whenever I said after the election, I said no, Simon, I'm not going to take down that article. That's in what it's in reference to. So, no, I mean ranked choice works fine in Alaska. I would just like to see it, hopefully, to the benefit of Democrats. I'm selfish in this. I want one side to win. So yes, it does work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying it's going to be beneficial. But yeah, I mean, I did the video about as a matter of fact, screw it. I mean, maybe I'll show you guys. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll show you. We'll go into the bowels of my channel and go into my YouTube studio. Oops. Oh, crap. Content. All right. So fuck it. We're gonna go. So you'll also see why, like, all of a sudden. So these are all my videos that you can see right now, and the likes and all that. A lot of them do really well, but I'm getting not as many views. Whereas when the general election was going, I was getting significantly more views. So let me show you. 68,000, 23,000, 50,000, 61,000, 68,000, 20,000. Let's see, 28, 36, 15, 18, 49, I was doing really well during the election. Here's one, 124,000. So when I get not even 10,000 on a video, I get a little bit discouraged. But here's the thing, and this is what I want to show you. I did this video, Democrats, we have a problem. As you can see, the like ratio of these, 98%, 97%, 96%, 97%, 96%, 97%. The one, we have a problem, Pennsylvania, 90% like. And you can see the comments. Like, you can see these other ones have a few hundred. Over 1,000 comments telling me, Dave, you're wrong. We don't have a problem in Pennsylvania. Then the next one that has the lowest like ratio was when I went after Alan Lichtman. Where is it? Here it is. Lichtman's model isn't just bad, the results aren't honest. And I said, like, how his model is absolute shit. 73%. Everyone's trying to ratio the hell out of me on that one. 73% thumbs up on that. People did not like that I went after Alan Lichtman on his model. They're like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong and all that. So if you're wondering why in 2024 I was kind of a little apprehensive and maybe didn't say exactly what I wanted to say, I'm going to say that's the reason why. In this election, I said, I'm putting blinders on. I'm not looking at anything else. I'm just going to focus on this. And here we are. So, yeah. Actually, Brian Tyler Cohen is incorrect. It's 22 years. I mean, who's counting, right? Yeah. So right now we still got 18 minutes until. So I think this Minnesota, we got 18 minutes in California and Seattle. I think that this number is going to stay like this for a while. I don't know when it will flip. question is, can this get up to 6%? I doubt it with 93%. Okay. I mean, see, are there any other New York City? Let's look at the exit poll for New York City. That's something we can do. All right, so here's the thing. If Mamdani is winning male and female voters, you win. I mean, that's just what it is. But I think it's interesting. You notice how both male and female, few things. One, you're not seeing the gender gap, are you? Okay. When you start talking about economics, you start talking about affordability, and you move away from that identity politics, you're going to get both sides on your side. Okay, Democrats, get this through your fucking head. And somebody was going after me on the comments about the issues about, Republicans and identity politics. And a lot of Democrats and other people say, well, the Democrats aren't talking about it, it's the Republicans. But here's the problem. When the Republicans say it, the voters believe the Republicans, and the Democrats don't ask themselves, why do people believe this? Okay, they don't ask themselves that at all. Wow. So Prop 50, they're showing they're in Santa Ana, California, and CNN. I can't load CNN on my thing. They're showing lines around the block, and they only got 16 minutes left to vote. So again, people are getting pissed. But anyways, see, you have a message on economic hope, tackling affordability, tackling the billionaire class, the messages that AOC, Bernie, and all them have, you get male voters on your side. Okay? Look at this. White, black, Hispanic, Asian, all of them. You get them on their side. Okay? Now here, Cuomo got white men, but by 3%. Wasn't a blowout like in the other states we're seeing blowouts. Look at that. Okay? Age, Mamdani did great with younger voters. And yeah, Cuomo did better with the older voters. But again, the older voters have nothing to worry about. Man, if you've had your apartment in Manhattan for the past 40 years, okay, doesn't cost the same as it does now. Yeah, I mean, Cuomo won white voters 45 to 64, but not by much. The only one that really was 65 and older. And of course, the no high school. Yeah. So let's see what else we can do. Look at here. Yeah. So a lot of Democrats. Okay, there we go. Republicans, 61% went for Cuomo. So Sliwa got 35%. And those who identify as independents. So yeah. Now you look at these numbers, you can see he won the conservative and all that, but he won them by smaller margins compared to what Mamdani won. Okay. If you got people in the liberal and somewhat liberal group, you got to give them a reason to go out and vote. The Democratic Party does not do that right now. See, okay. What is I love this because this is another, okay. This is another thing that we need to talk about as well. Okay. We have the Catholics at number 1 at 28%. Okay. Who's number 2 in this group when it comes to religion? No religious affiliation. Okay. I'm an atheist. Okay. We need to start realizing that we don't always have to connect to faith in order to win votes. That's the other side. He'd say it, but that's it. Let's see. Yeah, see, I think this is very telling. Those people who lived in New York between 10 years now and 10 years, and then people who were born in New York City, no, more than 10 years is there. But between 0 and 10 years, they went strongly for Mamdani because they're the ones that have to deal with the cost of things. These people born in New York City, many of them probably already have their house, like Archie Bunker probably still has his house, right? What is it, on Hauser Street or whatever? Yeah. So that's it. I mean, there we go. So let me look at the chat. No such thing as the Democrat Party. Correct. Democrat is a noun. Democratic is an adjective. So therefore, and I always go after people for that. Say it's Democratic Party. Okay. Now, of course, some people don't know how the English language works and don't realize that the ick at the end can be shortened. But if you hear the tick, then therefore it's a Democrat ick. Whereas Democrat, a lot of times you have a glottized T, which means that you don't actually pronounce the T. So a lot of people don't understand how pronunciation works. But yeah, I mean, the Republicans, and I do that all the time. I always tell them it's a grammar error. So all right, so we got 10 more minutes. I'm trying to think of, I mean, 458 of you are still here. Thank you for staying. I think we're kind of winding down. Let's see if we got anything as far as, oh, I wonder if those are votes that have been counted a second time. Because I assume what's going to happen is that once they do the ranked choice, they're just going to change these numbers. I assume that's what's going to happen. So I don't see anything going on in, I mean, this is it. This is like the only one that's kind of, until California closes and Seattle closes. These are the only ones. I mean, I'm pretty sure Seattle closes it. Yeah, because closes in a few minutes from now. Yeah, 11 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So there isn't much going on now. 704 Hauser Street. Yes, thank you. Yes, I was going to say, I knew it was like Hauser Street. If anyone's ever seen where he does the editorial about the skyjackers, and his idea is the way to stop the skyjackers is by giving everybody on the plane a gun, and then no one will hijack the plane. I mean, I'm sorry. I love that show. I love Archie Bunker. Okay, I think the 70s are not the best for music. I think the best for music is the 1960s easily, followed by the 1980s. And between 80s and in the mid to late 2000s with alternative music, okay? Those are my two eras. But when it comes to television shows, the 70s kicked the shit out of any decade. Easily kicked the shit out of any decade. It was the best. Got another captain. Thank you very much for the, I guess, Australian $10. So good morning down under, I guess. Thank you for your coverage tonight. You're my go-to channel for U.S. election coverage. I wish I would have done the Australian election because I love Okay, there are like a few elections I just love to follow. American elections aren't one of them. Sorry, people. It's not. It is not a passion of mine. But Australian elections, definitely. Canadian elections, French elections, German elections, and Mexico. Those are like the 5 that I would say are my favorite. But yeah, I love Australian elections. so yeah, that's my favorite. And Labor, just like, I mean, Peter Dutton losing. I mean, Pierre Poilievre lost and then Peter Dutton lost. That was like, and this is what makes me mad about it, about the American lens of international politics. 2 problems with American commentary on international politics. First one is they always try to do it within that lens, right? So, for example, they'll say Marine Le Pen is the Donald Trump of France. No, she is not. Okay, there's always this equivalency. So and so in a certain country is the American version of so and so in America. That's just looking at things through an American lens. Okay. As a matter of fact, I would say in Europe, I'm not including Russia, but in Europe, I can't think of like a Donald Trump equivalent. Now, a lot of people say Obrador is Victor Obrador. He's not a Trump equivalent. So yeah, there's not Duarte, maybe, I mean, or was when he was in the Philippines. He's maybe a Donald Trump equivalent, but Obrador is not. Or Victor Orban. Why do I say Obrador? Okay, I'm getting my Mexican and Hungarian leaders mixed up. It's getting late. I mean, well, it's not really getting late, but I have been on here for nearly 4 hours. So yeah, Victor Orban. Okay, I was thinking Obrador, the former president of Mexico. My bad. Okay, thank you for correcting me there. So like Victor Orban, he's not Donald Trump. Sorry, but he is not. So that's the first thing. And like people say like Berlusconi was. No. So that's the first thing I don't like, is this comparison. The second thing I don't like is it does seem like the American media is really focused on right-wing governments taking over, when in a lot of places this isn't the truth. Okay, in Australia, I mean, Australia is the perfect example. Okay, the Liberals, the coalition got slaughtered in that election. Albanese and Labor dominated in that election. Canada's a little different. I'm just afraid Canada's kind of becoming America Junior. But, even in the German elections, even though the, AfD did well, so did the Linke, so did other parties, right? So it's not that. I mean, look at, Keir Starmer, no matter what people say, he had a dominant election in 1997 Tony Blair landslide. So that's another thing as well. Things might be changing there, but let's see when election time comes along. Right? So there haven't been, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and what is it? Okay, Insoumise, like what is, okay, La France Insoumise? Is it Les Français Insoumis? I think it's La France Insoumise, right? Again, the left one. Everyone's like, the Rassemblement National, okay? No. The La France Insoumise one. So there isn't this, the right wing is doing better, but the left is also doing better. So, no, but again, I don't think the French are trending right, because like I said, La France Insoumise is doing much better. And I think right now is, because remember, the coalition of those leftist parties were supposed to finish third in the Assemblée Nationale races. They finished first. Okay, Rassemblement National was supposed to finish first. They finished third. Okay, Ensemble was always kind of like, they were basically second and stayed second. I don't know anything about Argentine politics. So I really do not follow Argentina at all, with the exception of Mexico and Canada. I don't follow any politics in the Western Hemisphere at all. So yeah. So we got 3 more minutes until California closes. And maybe get 5 more or 5 more seats in the House for the Democrats in the House of Representatives. Let's see if we got any new numbers when it comes to Minneapolis. I mean, Minneapolis is the only one we're like kind of looking at right now. I'll tell you, I'll probably go to bed because this might take a long time. I'm gonna do Seattle and do California. So 1 minute 48 seconds. No, but see, the thing is so somebody said Jeffries is another Al Gore, very intelligent but super boring. But I think Al Gore was like qualified for for the vice presidency, being a senator as long as he was, his dad being a senator and quite a progressive senator. I mean, Tennessee had progressive Democratic senators back at that time, Estes Kefauver and others like that. Hakeem Jeffries, it was just like that guy. Okay. I mean, it's just like, wow. All right. I'm reading these comments. Nearly 4 a.m. here in the UK. No idea why I care so much about the Virginia House of Delegates. I need to get a life. Funny. I've been in that boat. I know. No, but see, like I'm the flip side of that, right? So I will watch obscure races, but I won't do videos on them. So I didn't do any videos on the Dutch election, though I wanted to. All right, polls are closed. Let's see what California does. Polls are also closed now in Seattle. So I'm going to just move my tabs over here. And let's see what happens. No, Boris Johnson is nowhere near a British Trump. No, I don't think Nigel Farage is a British Trump. One can argue, and the argument has been made, and I think it's true, that the reason why you don't have you do have racism, obviously, in the UK, but Nigel Farage left UKIP because of racism, right? Because of Islamophobia, really. So even Nigel Farage, and a lot of people say, Nigel Farage, no. Okay, Nigel Farage is with has obviously the same views as Trump with immigration for the most part. I mean, if we're going to kind of look at those, but he left UKIP. Donald Trump made the Republic. Okay, well, there we go. All right. So, okay, 5 p.m. here in New Zealand, and this has been such an interesting day, huh? Love your stuff, Davey. Thank you. I'd like to know more because I am deeply an observer of Australian politics. I would like to follow New Zealand politics more. All right, so there we go. All right, so that's over. Let's go ahead and see if there are any votes in Seattle. No, not yet. Diego, again, I know a little bit about Argentine politics. He's not a Donald Trump. He's a libertarian, Trump, and Trump isn't libertarian. I am Brazilian, and I know more about. Okay, well, you know what, Brazil, you put your former presidents that tried to overthrow the government or the elections into jail. I envy you. I wish we did that as well. So, I usually watch I used to watch the Insiders a lot in Australia. When Barry Cassidy was the host of Insiders. But it was like ever since Barry Cassidy left, I don't watch it as much. Not that I don't like it. It's just like there's something about Barry Cassidy that I just like him. And I usually watch Australian rules football, so I like my footy, right? Problem is I'm a West Coast Eagles fan. And I haven't looked at the AFL ladder, but I guarantee you I haven't watched the AFL. Wait. Did we? Wait, okay, where's the AFL ladder? Because, yeah, I just didn't really watch the season this year. Because we had to have been the worst team, right? But yeah, it was 2025 AFL ladder. Here I am doing an election. Here I am talking about California politics, and I'm looking at the AFL ladder for West Coast Eagles. 4 points? Oh my God, what? Oh, that's friggin' embarrassing. Okay, so yeah, let me go ahead. So we don't have any votes from California. Who knows? Remember, California is one of those states that take like 72 days to vote, right? Let's look at the Seattle mayor's race. Nothing there. Let's see if anything's happening in Minnesota. Nothing there. So because I don't know what we're going to get, but let's see, Mamdani. He still hasn't spoken yet. But I wonder if Cuomo, does anyone have any news if Cuomo actually called to congratulate him? Because I'm kind of interested if that's going to happen. Oh, we got some results in from California. One county. Okay, so there we go. Sonoma County, 75%. I mean, I'm wondering what the percentage is going to be. Okay, that we have here. Let's go to Seattle. Because remember, okay, if you're looking for the Katie Wilson and Omar Fatah, these are your, and then Mamdani as well. This is your progressive trifecta. If you're looking at who can win, like if you're looking for progressives take over cities and pretty significant cities as well, this is your trifecta. That could happen. So we can't just look at this as a Democratic night. Got to look at it as a progressive night as well. So Mamdani is still at 50.4%. It'll be interesting. I'm interested in that Seattle one. Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and let me mute this.
Before he does, I want to say a few quick words of reflection and thanks and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become.
NJ.
New York City DSA.
NJ.
Yes.
NJ.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I actually
Yes,
have one more question for you before we go to the Cuomo camp with Lauren Glassberg. You know, his whole campaign was powered by the youth. They came out in droves supporting him.
Okay, so I'm just going to pause. I'm going to just mute it a little bit here. Is Cuomo really going to try to speak at the same time Mamdani is? Because if that's happening, that's telling me two things. One, there might not have been a congratulatory call, okay, or concession. I mean, I'm sure there's a concession, but two, if you're trying to do it at the same time, first of all, no one's going to be watching your speech. You're the loser. Second of all, what a dick move. Okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and get back to this.
To the coalition that Mamdani was able to build.
And we expect to hear from the mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani any moment as we go through the introductions there. NJ, stay put. We want to go to the Cuomo camp now. Lauren Glassberg has been monitoring a much different field tonight. Lauren, after he gave that speech, you can see the lights are literally being turned off, kind of sort of symbolic of the campaign and the end of his run. What do you make of the message that Cuomo told his supporters tonight?
Yeah, he did certainly extend his appreciation for his.
Okay, we'll wait until Mamdani gets there. But okay, so I guess Cuomo already made his speech. So we'll wait for Mamdani. We're still seeing how Minnesota goes. Let's see. Is that Napa County? Yeah, Napa County, 68%. Awesome. Just really interested. I am really interested in this Seattle mayor's race. And the reason why I'm really interested in the Seattle mayor's race is not just because it's a progressive, but it's somebody who's really big on public transit. I'm telling you, one of the reasons why I want to move to Europe, I don't want to have a car anymore. Okay? This is one of the reasons why I want to move to Europe. I love taking the trains. When I was there in Paris last year, it's just like, I love taking it. Except the German trains can be a pain in the ass. But, wait, Virginia House looks like a supermajority? I thought, I mean, did something happen? They're saying it's all done. Are there other things? I mean, I don't know what a supermajority is according to their constitution. I assumed it would be 67 seats, and here they have 64. So, I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't want to see Cuomo. In all fairness, I was not a Cuomo. I was not a Mario Cuomo supporter. Never liked the guy. I mean, again, as I mentioned, it's already projected. It only needs a simple majority to win. So, let's draw up those districts. And again, Republicans are going to bitch and moan about California. You're the twats who made the rules, not us. We're just playing by the playbook that you created. And it's nice to see some Democrats with some friggin' balls now. Jesus, it's nice. So, yeah, looks like my Nowcast models were spot on. Looks like they were absolutely spot on. And I told everyone, I'm like, these numbers look to be double-digit numbers. As soon as that one in Virginia ticked over 67, I'm like, I think we're going to have double digits. That's what we had. That's what we had. So I'm happy. I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't listen to anybody else. Like, I literally looked at like a poll every other day to just see out of interest. Well, one of the reasons I was looking at polls actually was to, one of the reasons Sliwa's campaign is just like some yoga mats and some tables. One of the reasons I was looking at some of the polls is I wanted to see what was happening as far as Election Day is concerned. Actually, I do want to hear what he had to say.
If you try to render our police weak and impotent, if you forsake the people's public safety, we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing, and we will become the mayor-elect and his supporters' worst enemies, worst nightmare.
Also address the intense
No,
pressure
that was nice. So yeah. Let's see. Nothing in Seattle yet. I'm hoping that Daryl Issa goes. That's someone I would love to see out of the House. Orange County. Oh yeah, Orange County is here. 57%. Yeah. Yeah, and a number and like I think like one or two, like Calvert seat and other, like there'll be some seats in here that people might vote to say, hey, get rid of them. So we'll see what Riverside does. And of course, San Diego County. Imperial is a stronger Democratic county. Let's see, Santa Clara County. Santa Clara and then Santa Cruz. Santa Clara is strongly Democratic as well. Nope. I mean, this was if you're a Democrat, this was Democrats haven't had a night like this since 2008. And what's weird is it's just a friggin' off year election. It isn't even a oh, hold on, I want to hear what.
And I think candidates who push against that are going to do pretty well in the next few years.
But I do think Van hits a very important point. I talked to a lot of voters.
So I was talking to David Axelrod, one of the people I actually respect. Yeah, because Democrats take note. You know, people don't want the corporatist bullshit anymore. Yeah, votes are coming in pretty, but remember, a lot of votes are going to come in at the end, but it doesn't matter. We see what's happening. I believe this is more of a Democratic county. Well, I know Humboldt is. Okay, San Mateo County, 76%. Oh, Santa Cruz has come in. 70%, 68%, a lot of these. Has San Francisco come in? No, not yet. San Francisco is not as big as one might think. I'm interested to see what Los Angeles does. When Los Angeles comes in, watch that number just pop. What just came in? Was that Monterey that just came in? Might have been. Yeah, so this, I mean, I believe all the coastal counties went blue in the last presidential election. So that's why this Del Norte one kind of surprises me. Because Mendocino County, Humboldt County, that's where Eureka is, right? This is now this is a state I'd actually like to know a little bit more about is California. Oh, and okay, somebody mentions when Scott Jennings speaks, I just mute it. Right. Because then you can just see Van Jones and David Axelrod just kind of roll their eyes. That guy's your average Trump voter. You know, there are stupid people. Oh, did Del Norte go? Okay, I thought all those coastal counties went blue. Okay, interesting. So yeah, it didn't go. I mean, it's 56-40, 57-40. I wouldn't call that mega MAGA. Okay. Yeah, that's not mega MAGA, but yeah, he did win it. Now, to give you mega MAGA, county I live in went 75% Trump. That's mega MAGA. Yeah, Riverside's the one. Oh, Riverside is already in 57. Yeah, that's the one. I'm interested to see how these, because there are congressional districts here that will flip. And if San Diego does the same thing, a lot of those because you got the northern Republican ones here, and then you got some in the south here. This is where they could lose. That'll be interesting. So let's see, is Mamdani? No, we're still waiting for him. So yeah, it looks like Minneapolis, we're not going to get, so first preference votes are there, but let's see. Nothing from Seattle yet. Yeah, I was just looking at the Seattle Times as well, and I'll even put that here. They don't have anything. So yeah, but where I'm moving to, my count, where I'm going to live is going to be 0% Trump because it's in the Czech Republic or Slovakia. So, yeah, so that Riverside one being 57%, that's pretty good. And the rest of this is expected. This is to be expected as well. This one kind of surprises me. Placer County. I thought that might have been a little bit more Democratic. I mean, it is close. Okay, Mamdani's getting ready to speak. So, let me turn this on.
And you can just hear the applause from all the people that were packed in that room waiting for this moment. He now, as you mentioned, becomes the 111th mayor of the biggest city in this country with a huge task ahead. Let's hear what he says.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud.
and to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
We're listening to the next mayor of New York City, Mamdani, the 34-year-old Democratic fiery speech. He says,
all right, that was a speech. That was a good speech. So I was seeing people in the comments talk about woke. Oh, this is a woke speech, and like in a positive way. I don't think it was. See, this is the problem with the Democrats, I think. The Democrats focus on woke, okay, or let's say identity politics, okay? Identity politics at the expense of economic politics. Democrats, all Joe Biden said was, hey, peons, you can afford eggs. Shut the fuck up. That's what the Democrats did. This is what we need. This is what the Democrats need. They need someone with a strong, progressive, economic message. Okay? Everything. It was like, we're all in this together. And to me, this wasn't a woke speech. This was what I've been waiting to hear for quite a while. It's this kind of speech that I've been waiting to hear. I hear the Democrats talk about identity politics, never hear them talk about economic issues, ever. Oh, the GDP is great. Yeah, well, I don't have GDP in my pocket. Okay. Yeah. This was, I think, and we're talking about the New York mayor. Okay, we're not talking about an insignificant person. He didn't become the mayor of Portland, Oregon. He became the mayor of the largest city in the United States where many Wall Street traders are. Okay, it's going to be interesting to see how this works from this point on. So, oh, is that what the New York Post put? Let them. Okay, because here's what New York Post, have everyone listen to that speech. All right. And I think it's now time for Democrats, the establishment Democrats, shit or get off the pot. Okay, we're tired of your indecision. We're tired of you saying, everything's good enough. You don't need any more. You don't need that health care. You don't need that child care. You don't need the buses. You don't need anything like that. Everything's working fine. Yes, this was a speech. He really talked about Donald Trump. This was also a speech to Chuck Schumer, to Hakeem Jeffries, to the Democratic establishment, Nancy Pelosi. Granted, he's not in Congress or whatever, but it's showing the spiritual leaders of this movement that's going to get rid of those people. And I loved how he said, I hope I never have to say that name, Andrew Cuomo, ever again. That was just a big fuck you. I loved it. I loved it. I mean, he literally hit every aspect of that speech, like every single thing. And people are talking about in the chat, it's amazing that we have a president that's such the opposite of that. Right. This is why I say when it comes to Republicans and Democrats, it is smarter versus stupid. It is knuckle dragging Neanderthals versus people who aren't knuckle dragging Neanderthals. Absolutely. With that, let's go ahead and, because the speech is already done, there hasn't been anything from Minneapolis, so that might be something I'm wondering if we won't really get into until tomorrow. The Seattle race we haven't seen any votes from that. Now, in the last election for mayor, there was about 250,000 votes, so we're probably only halfway. And this was probably the in-person early vote and vote by mail. So we still have a lot of other votes to go. I don't know if there were any other races that we were really watching besides these mayoral races. We were watching California. I'm just kind of interested to see where California is now. Okay, no, this is the Minneapolis race. California, okay. LA County came in 74%. San Diego County came in. Maybe Daryl Isa's days are numbered. That would be great. Oh, cool. Yeah. So hopefully Omar Fatah, it'll be interesting to see if he becomes mayor. Yeah. So I don't know how long it's going to take them to go through this ranked choice. And like, I don't know where they're going to put it. So one thing I saw when I was watching this, Jim McGreevey, the former governor of New Jersey, is actually running for mayor of Jersey City. I saw that, and I guess he's going to go to a runoff. So that's quite interesting. So yeah, so this number, wait. Oh yeah, that is Mendocino County. Okay. Yeah, this, I mean, this, we'll see what happens here. This is where, you know, this is an incumbent mayor. I want Katie Wilson to win this thing. I hope, I mean, I didn't come, okay, so someone mentioned Texas 18th Congressional. I didn't watch it because it's a safe Democratic seat, right? That's the only reason I didn't watch it. It wasn't, or, you know, I haven't really looked into it. Maybe I'll look into it for the runoff, but I didn't really look into that because it's just not as important, I think, as the others right now, at least for today. So yeah. So who knows what will happen in Seattle? I think I'm going to stay on the next 10 minutes and then we might sign off for the evening. Who's
in this city? There are a lot of people in this country who have to worry every single day about how they're going to meet their bills, and that is a crisis for the city. And
I mean, David Axelrod sounds good on this.
The fact that he is addressing those things is an important thing. Did he address it in the way I would have? No.
To be honest with you, it felt Trumpian. He started by saying he dare not say the name of...
He felt...
saying he's not even going to say his name again.
It felt Trumpian. Trump doesn't even know the difference between fucking Albania and Armenia. He doesn't realize Cambodia is not next to Azerbaijan. Okay? That's projection there. Yeah, and this is, see, we are in the last throes of the establishment Democrats. This is, to me, for progressives, your battle isn't with Trump right now. Your battle is within your own party. The Democrats need to take, or the progressives need to take over the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying on MSNBC. I don't know if anybody else is watching it. But here's the thing. These all the people on the panels that we just talked about, they need to go out and touch grass. They don't know what the average person wants. You know, like I said, I live in a place that's in rural America, 75% Trump. I know what these people are. You think these people have actually ever talked to voters? No, they're in their fucking consulting firms, you know, pontificating about how bad or great things are. Okay. I think Fatah is in good position because it's ranked choice voting, and there is kind of there is a coalition of anyone but Fry. Let me go ahead and go into that. There is a coalition of that. So I think he's in a okay position, but we'll see. Did he get enough first preference votes here? Right. He couldn't even pronounce Azerbaijan, right? So was it Azerbaijan? I forgot what it was, right? No, Donald Trump is a fucking idiot. Like, he is like very stupid. And like a lot of his people are just dumb knuckle dragging Neanderthals. They're all troglodytes. And you know, people might say, I don't want to hear that. And well, tough shit. This is my channel. If you don't like it, oh well. Yeah, I mean, so someone was asking me earlier, would Prop 50 get over 60%? And I mentioned, I'm like, I don't know, but you only need 50% for it to win. It'll be interesting to see if it gets over 60%. Like, it will really be interesting. Yeah, Seattle, they're taking a while to count their counting their votes. All right, let's go ahead and look at some of the other elections that that we had. So, Attorney General's race, now that's even pulling out more, right? So, no surprise there. The Virginia House of Delegates, 64 seats, so 13 gained. That was the exit poll. Pennsylvania, we haven't talked about the Supreme Court. Let's get a little bit of an update on that. All the judges have been retained with 61% of the vote. Very good results. Very good results. Virginia governor's race, 57. Whoa. So the high end of my model said, okay, my nowcast model that I had for Virginia. So remember, I said that I was able to put election day numbers in there. The high end of my nowcast model for Virginia, I got to find it. Here it was that the average Democratic candidate, like this would be the absolute best that the Democrats could do, flawless, was 60.2%. So there was a very slight possibility that I thought that the Democrats, a Democratic candidate statewide, could get 60.2%. That won't happen, but this is an impressive win. But I think, I mean, and we're in the same, what is it, 1% difference? We're essentially in the same boat in New Jersey. These results are fantastic. Double-digit wins, 13.2% in New Jersey. So again, dominating. Mamdani, yeah, sorry, establishment Democrats. Hopefully your days are numbered. Okay. We had the California ballot measures. Both of them passed, and that's good. And as I mentioned, one important thing is we have a Republican congressional district here that was a Democratic one and it flipped. Maybe these kind of votes give us a little bit of an idea where that district is going. Okay, so I did mention earlier that I'm on Blue Sky, so I am going to start posting on here more and more and more. So if you want to follow me on Blue Sky, it's just Dave Trotter Blue Sky. So I guess just type in my name, Dave Trotter, in here, and I'm going to be doing that more. But I am going to make a few more plugs before we go. So if you want to become a member of the channel, please become a member of the channel. You can join below. You can also join my Patreon as well. So as I've mentioned before, the one thing about my Patreon is that I also do an election history channel. So if you want to join that, the links, I guess, here. Right. You also get the History Channel stuff. So I do history about elections. So let me go ahead and show you. I don't know if you're into election history, but I just did a video about Teddy Roosevelt mentioning. Oh, by the way, there's Eugene. It's interesting because here's Eugene Debs right here. And he mentioned Debs in the first paragraph or the first sentence almost. And I was at Eugene Debs' grave a few months ago when I was coming back from Canada. So that was pretty cool. So if you're in, I did a whole video on Paul Wellstone and all that. So please, if you're into election history, just go to election history here on YouTube and check it out. So yeah, and if you want to give a super thanks, if you appreciated the coverage that I did today, super thanks are greatly appreciated. And thank you all for who contributed today. I will say that today was significantly different compared to where we were a year ago, right? I think a lot of people in my camp, were kind of as I mentioned, we were the election didn't go the way we wanted it to. I felt dejected because I saw this coming, with the exception of Wisconsin and Michigan. I saw this coming. I think people were just worn out from politics. They were mentally drained, physically drained, and everything. The special elections have been good, obviously. But I think today is the day, if you are on the left side of the political spectrum, you got a little bit of a fire under your ass today. And you felt like, okay, this is, this is it. We're heading in the right direction. Now, I still am under the opinion that I don't know if we'll have free and fair elections. Though, we might have free and fair elections, but the Republicans just might not sit the members of Congress, right? There are other things that could happen. But as I've said, until we don't have those elections, we have to continue to proceed in a way in which we do. Okay. It doesn't look like there'll be interference in this election. I mean, the Trump people will bitch about it and say there's interference because they didn't win. But yeah, I mean, this is really good. Oh yeah, so let me just go over my election history if you want to. So I do like international history. This one about Sinn Féin is 2 hours and 35 minutes. That was long. And then the 2008 Democratic primary, I did the congressional elections for Clinton, Obama, and George W. Bush. And so, so I did the Alaska Senate race in 2010. I'm currently working on the 1968 Bobby Kennedy campaign. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to get onto that. John F. Kennedy's first election in Congress in 1946. So if you like election history, go ahead, go ahead and check it out. So I've been working on this. I'll probably get back to working on that now that the elections are over. Let's see if we got any results from Minneapolis. We don't. I mean, California is pretty much, we know that's going to be the result there. Let's see if we haven't had any change when it comes to Seattle. And that one's a little late. It's already 11 o'clock here. I know people over there, I know there are people probably in New Zealand, Australia watching, and it's the next day. You guys are in the future. It's not that here. Let me just look at some of what has been said in the stream before we go. So thank you. If you want to, I'll go ahead and just go back to my election history. Got 17,000 subscribers. It's been going well. It's a lot more work. I'm going to admit something. All right. Doing these, and if you want to become a Patreon to help me with this really helps. Doing these history videos can take like 20, 30, sometimes 40. Like this Sinn Féin video probably took me about 80 hours to make, to do the research, to do the script, to do everything. So if you like this kind of stuff, please join, because I spend a lot of time and effort. As bad as this sounds, I don't have to spend as much time and effort in politics. Like doing a Nowcast model, I can do that like asleep. Okay, I mean, I can do a lot of the statistical analysis with my eyes shut. It's just kind of second nature to me. Whereas doing the political history stuff, that is just, it can be grueling and it can be really hard as well. But I enjoy making that content. Your Magic Film, thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see. Because it is funny, because the first video that I put up said Virginia was in trouble. And it was at that time. But then all of a sudden the numbers started getting better and better and better. Okay, at that point, a week and a half ago, Virginia was looking bad. But it swung quickly because those smaller it was reminding me of Georgia. If you go back and look at some of my videos about Georgia, it was reminding me of Georgia. Love seeing, I guess I can check the Texas. I think they probably have the Texas result because it's Yeah, so here we go here. I mean, it's a Democratic seat. So, you know, I don't even know what to make of this. It's a Democratic seat. Now, is this one of the newly drawn seats? Have they gone into effect yet? I don't know. No, they actually did have the Pennsylvania ones here on New York Times. There was an election in Maine? New voting restrictions? Wow! Require photo ID for in-person voting and tightening rules on absentee voting and ballot drop box use, amongst other changes. I didn't know this was going on in Maine. Holy shit, they shot that down. They shot that shit down. Today was a bad night for Republicans. Holy hell in a handbasket. It was a bad night for Republicans. So, who would you vote for between Stewart, Newsom, Buttigieg, Beshear, or Harris for president? I don't like any one of them candidates. Because I think like every one of those would lose, honestly. Jon Stewart it becomes comical, and I don't think he would bring out a lot of Democrats. People say this is a friggin' joke. Newsom, do not pick someone from California, particularly San Francisco, because people do not like San Francisco liberals. Buttigieg would probably be who I pick. Beshear, some steak, no sizzle. Harris, been there, done that. Yeah. So, all right, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the super chats as well. So someone saw the Paul Wellstone one. So that I liked doing that one tonight. Dave, do you think tonight's result will have any bearing on MAGA Congress people willing to rebuke Trump? No, because at the end of the day, they still have to win their primaries. Their primaries in Cookieville, right? So I don't think that will be the case, because that's what it's kind of become now. It's more about winning your primary than it is about winning the general, which is why I've always said, Democrats, go recruit people, okay, that you know, and say, hey, listen, run as a Republican in this district. Just sound crazy as all fucking shit. Win the primary, win the general election, get into Congress and switch parties and Democrats kind of like pull the mask off. They could do that because honestly, these Pizzagate morons are easily persuadable. Just go up there and say, yeah, I hate Muslims and gay people in these redneck districts. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, I like that guy. And then once the election day is done, oh, I'm really a Democrat. Sorry, I love them both. I'm a Democrat now. I mean, you really could pull that shit off. I really think so. Yeah, if it's Newsom versus Harris, I think Democrats lose. I think that, I mean, maybe tonight was another indication, but I still think Democrats lose with those two. Beshear, what does he offer besides he's a moderate? I think we've seen tonight right now and how Mamdani spoke. We don't want another one of those empty suits that stands for nothing. Okay, if you get an empty suit that stands for nothing, you're going to lose. If you get an empty suit that's going to determine everything that is said through the lens of a focus group, you're going to lose. That's just it. I'd vote for, I'm right now of the people who are being considered, I'd probably pick my, my governor, J.B. Pritzker. So, and I think J.B. Pritzker is fighting just as much as Newsom. So, yeah, see, this isn't so everyone's talking about Beshear. We're not 1992 anymore. The same people who thought Beshear would win or is a good candidate, I find are the same people who thought Hillary would win and Harris would win. No, can't have empty suit, no sizzle. We can't have focus groups, political suits and looks perfect. We've already gone through the John Edwards phase. We don't need to go through the John Edwards phase again. I worked for John Edwards twice. Yeah, Kamala Harris was bad. And I'll be honest with you, Kamala Harris, I hate conspiracy theories. I friggin' hate them. But I have always wondered, why did the Biden campaign agree to have a debate before the convention, but after all the delegates were allocated. Okay, if you're Jen O'Malley Dillon, right, and you're like, we're not going to win with Joe. We all know that Joe is lights are on, but nobody's home. But we want to control the nomination process. Let's continue to have Joe in there. Okay, get all the delegates, have him go on stage, make himself look like a fool, get Nancy and Hakeem and all the other people, Schumer, to say, no, you got to drop out, pressure him to drop out, go. But you have all the delegates. You can pick Kamala Harris as that. Sorry, I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I don't see why that couldn't have been played out. Okay? And people say have an open convention. Didn't matter. Biden had all the delegates because there's no competition. Let me see what else. I live in rural America. Okay, so this is one of the problems I have to say. I live in rural America. Okay? I've lived here for a while. I know what the people want here. Bashir's not going to be the person. Okay? He's done well in Kentucky because his father was the former governor. It's a name that they know there. And people don't realize that his father is probably the reason why he's there. Had he not had the last name Bashir, he wouldn't have been there. I live in rural America. I live in a town that has 500 people. I live in a county that went 75% Trump, but also voted for Michael Dukakis heavily in 1988. Okay? So, in the coal belt, I know these people. Andy Bashir will not win amongst these people. He's winning in Kentucky because his last name's Bashir. So, and this is a big problem with Democrats. They do not know how to talk to rural voters. They do not understand what rural voters want. And they don't understand how to connect with them. That's why I mentioned earlier in the stream, have a big ass billboard. Literally. Say, like, we have a hospital. Like, the hospital 10 minutes away from me is going to close. And if I have a problem, the next hospital, the closest hospital is 30 minutes away. So I'd have to have an ambulance come here, pick me up, and go. I'd be dead by then, right? Big ass billboard, say Trump and Mike Bost, who's my congressman. Like I said, he looks like Heinz Guderian. They're shutting down your hospital. People don't know that they're shutting down their hospital. They need to be reinforced as that who is doing this. I do not believe the Democrats know how to talk to rural voters. And Bashir is only, if his last name wasn't Bashir, he would not be governor today. I'm just saying that. I mean, I like Jon Stewart, but there's going to be a lot of people who are Democrats who are like, my vote's a serious vote. And having a comedian on there isn't serious. But, are we at this? Are we at that point now? I don't know. So the whole idea of bouncing the ticket, it's never happened. I mean, it's rarely successful. The only time we've had a balancing of the ticket that was successful in recent history is JFK and LBJ. Okay. J.D. Vance wasn't a balance. He was an exact replica. Mike Pence wasn't a balance. It was that everyone thought Trump was going to actually lose, and Mike Pence was going to lose the governorship of Indiana, so he just went on there. So yeah, the bouncing the ticket thing, I think, is more of a myth. Let's see. Their stance on, okay, if you talk about cultural issues and not talk, so someone mentions their stance on the Second Amendment is a big reason why. Again, I live in rural America. As long as you keep on talking about cultural issues, yes, they're not going to vote Democratic. But you start talking about economic issues. What? Okay, here's the thing. My county voted. Actually, I'm going to see what the vote was for. what 1988 Illinois election president. I want to see what my county did. My county voted, remember, they voted 75% for Trump in this last election. My county voted 59% for Michael Dukakis. Okay. As a matter of fact, you want to put it in perspective? My county voted for Walter Mondale. Okay. In Illinois. Voted for Walter Mondale. All right. So we're not talking. So these people were all culturally the same. They all were into the Second Amendment. They all have been like this. What's happened with the Democratic Party, they've gone from the drive, the ambition, the party that stands up for the workers, to being the party of identity politics. That's what these people don't like. Trust me, I'm in a place that has seen it go for Dukakis. Actually, I'm kind of interested. Did Reagan win this county in 80? So Reagan did win it in 80 against Jimmy Carter. But yeah, I mean, I'm in a, look at West Virginia, voted for Michael Dukakis. Okay. See, Dan Osborne seems like somebody who can connect with them more. But again, so Dems do need to organize in rural America. It's not organization in rural America. It's understanding what's happening in rural America. You can organize the hell out of yourself, but if you don't know what's going on, you don't know the issues, and you don't know how to connect with people, and this is a big problem, okay? Because one of the biggest problems is that the Democrats will have a campaign that they need to target. They'll bring somebody from like San Francisco to walk around in Carbondale, Marion, Illinois, and try to get voters, okay? It's a total disconnect. I mean, Dan Osborne seems pretty good. And again, he focuses on working class issues, right? He's not bringing the identity politics and the cultural issues there. He's focusing on the working class issues. Okay, I guess Obama, Biden, yeah, you could say that was a balancing because of race. Honestly, I think Obama could have picked an alien and he would have won that election. Okay, I think what rural voters want could mostly be described as what they want for their kids. Hang around after growing up. The lack of opportunity in rural America means that's not happening, though. Well, yeah, I mean, and this is another thing too. I think there's a lot of people that look at the opportunity argument in rural America, and that's not really what it is. You got to realize here, my daddy was a coal miner. My great granddaddy was a coal miner, and my great great granddaddy was a coal miner. Right? That's what people think here. Education is not as big, but opportunity is. Okay. So if we talk about, and I think a lot of people focus on opportunities being education, but I think this is when we need to talk about the trade schools and other things. And I think the Democrats have gone, I mean, I got my master's degree here, right? And I think the Democrats look down on people who went to a trade school. You peasant. Okay. I think there's a snob problem in the Democratic Party, and hopefully Zoran Mamdani is going to end that snob problem. Let's see. Oh, there's more. Ancestral conservative Democrats were prevalent in Southern Illinois. That's true until very recently. But Mondale and Dukakis were not conservative. We're very liberal. I'm having a celebratory Taco Bell. See, I used to work at Taco Bell when I was 16 in Orlando, Florida. And this is going to sound disgusting as hell. They had these chili cheese burritos. You'd literally make them in the middle, like at the beginning of the day and try to sell them. And then you would make them in the middle of the day. And it was like you'd store them. Like you wouldn't make them fresh, you'd store them. And as they were storing and heating up, it was kind of like they cooked and like the flavor got in. And at the end of the night, people could bring like whatever burritos were home. So I would bring a ton of those burritos home. It was probably like the worst thing to eat, but I miss those. I think they have the chili cheese burritos back. So yeah. Okay, Max, thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for joining me. Osborne refuses to take PAC money. I don't know if PACs are necessarily a bad thing. It depends on what they're standing for. Okay? But we have to fundamentally get money out of politics. That's it. My solution to reforming politics: require all members of Congress to stay in a dormitory in Washington, D.C. Like a literal college-style dormitory where you got to bunk up with people. And you have to stay there while you're in D.C. Guarantee if you do that, one of two things. Guarantee if you do that, no one's going to want to go to Congress. They're not going to want to spend 200 and some days in a dormitory with somebody else, right? So that'd be my first one. The second one would be the total opposite. Get rid of coming to Washington, D.C. Force members of Congress to do everything by Zoom and have them stay in their constituencies. Why? Because this also will make it harder for lobbyists to get together and go to 435 different congressional districts. That's what I'd do. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. So, okay, there are a lot of Trump Mondani voters in New York City tonight. We'll have to look at the data, but I think that's going to pan out, actually. But we do have to look at the data. The thing that's going to make the data hard to look at is you had Cuomo in there kind of screwing things up. So that's where it might be a little bit harder to try to discern those numbers. Yeah, William Dang 6443 hit the nail on the head. Back in the day, the Democratic Party was the party of the poor and the workers, and the Republican Party was the party of the rich and business owners. The dynamics flipped I would say the dynamics flipped in 1992. Okay, that's when I would say it flipped. You could make the argument for Kennedy, but definitely Johnson wasn't in that mold. Okay, McGovern wasn't in that mold. Humphrey wasn't in that mold. Carter definitely wasn't in that mold. Mondale, yes. Michael Dukakis, no. But after Clinton on, definitely everyone. So yeah. So I think that's more of 1992 thing for me, at least. So yeah, Bootsmith, I agree. Bernie and like he does well there. Oh, thank you for the super chat. So let's see what we got. Brendan, I can't see the rest of your name, but Brendan, thank you very much. Dave, I followed you since 2003 and have appreciated your honest, factual analysis. So Democrats should feel good about winning tonight. Mamdani wins 50 plus. Sorry, I just got back from work. Jinxon, I am a little tipsy. Hey, be tipsy all you want. Yeah. Tonight's good night. Let's look at what we got. We're you know what? It's like I'm still awake. And again, Brendan, thank you very much. Anyone else want super chat? Greatly appreciate that. I'm still awake. I mean, I guess that's what the Red Bulls are for, right? I still have 262 viewers on. Okay, maybe it's not like the big boys, but please, if you know people, I mean, if you go on Reddit or you go on other things, if you know people who are in politics, who you think they would like my content, please go ahead and share. Because I'm afraid after tonight, it's going to nosedive because no one's watching elections and looking at numbers. So I have to figure out kind of how to get this thing continue to go, because I think the midterms will be big, but I got to figure out what to do in between there. So let's see. Cora. Okay, I cannot pronounce that. I am sorry. So Choreo okay. I'm sorry. You know who you are. So let's see. Coriosilla. So if city Democrats cannot connect with rural Americans for cultural reasons, what is the solution? Something like Medicare for all, disruption alone cannot solve. Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, I live in rural southern Illinois, but my dad's side of the family is from rural northeast Mississippi. Okay, and my grandmother did not like Republicans. If you've ever heard of Tishomingo County, if you ever seen Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And they pick up the black musician and he says, are you going to Tishomingo? And they said, yeah. Tishomingo County is where my family is from. Belmont, Mississippi, Tishomingo. That's where they're from. My dad's side of the family. My dad's maternal side of the family. My grandmother said to me, I won't vote for Republicans because all they do is care about the rich. That was it. That's it. And see, and this is where I think the Democrats are so much into focus groups and thinking like what little avenue that we need to go to try to win them. No. Southern people do not, or rural America, I guess I should say, not Southern. Rural America do not like rich people. And rich people that they think are screwing them over. Okay? That's what my grandma said. So yeah, so I mean, like when I'm probably one of the most diverse people I know as far as American, right? So obviously my mom's maternal side from Slovakia. That's why I'm going there. My mom's paternal side from Southern Illinois. My dad's paternal side, Central Illinois, Decatur, Champaign, that area. And then my father's maternal side from rural Northeast Mississippi. And I've lived throughout the United States. Okay. So a lot of people in rural America just do not like rich people. And like what Mom Donnie said today. Okay. Let me, that will help. But have you ever watched when they bring Bernie Sanders to rural communities and he talks to people and convinces them? That's it. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about the Second Amendment. Don't worry about this issue or that. Just watch what Bernie Sanders does and do that. That's it. Okay? Now, there is going to be a racism aspect to it. I am going to say that. I had an aunt who said she would not, though she identifies as a Democrat, said that she didn't vote for Barack Obama because of his color. You know, what can you do in those cases? But yeah, from Mississippi. But yeah, it's not as hard as Democrats think. That's why I'm like, have a big ass billboard here on I-57. Say Trump is closing this hospital. There's 5 hospitals, maybe 6, but I think 5 hospitals in my congressional district that are planning to close. In fact, this congressional district I live in right now, 12 years ago was represented by a Democrat. A Democrat with a Green Party candidate getting like 6, 7, 8% of the vote. I actually voted for the Green Party candidate. So yeah. Let me go ahead and look at a few more. Okay, 2 Seeker X, one of the members, thank you. Capital and socialism work well together. It's a great synergism. I think all the socialist greats in our society, fire department, post office. Well, yeah, and I wouldn't even say that's socialism. I would just, when we talk about socialism, we need to be, we don't need to be careful, but I do think, like from my perspective, we do. And that is that socialism purely talks about overthrowing capitalism and the workers taking over the means of production. You know, overthrowing the bourgeois by the proletariat. That is what socialism is. And whenever we look at strands of socialism or communism, we're looking at it through that basic understanding of the workers taking over the means of production. Okay. It means an overthrow of capitalism. Socialism is an overthrow of capitalism. But if we look at China, for example, that's not a communist country. That is just a one party dictatorship. And there is a difference. So having social safety nets or social democratic ideas, okay, so social as a group to benefit all. I'm telling you, this is one of the reasons why I want to move to Europe, because I do believe in Europe, in most European countries, there's a sense of collectiveness and wanting to help one another out. Whereas I think here there's a sense of bitterness towards one another. And which I find kind of interesting, because Americans will be like, oh, we're into individualism, but they're all like, the Republicans are all part of MAGA. I've never seen a group of people, Americans, I've never seen a group of people who are so much into individualism, but yet want to be part of a group. Whereas in France, for example, people, one of the things I don't like here, I hate going into a Walmart and someone, hi, how are you? I don't like that. When I'm in Europe, it's nice. I go in, I go to the store, I buy my eggs and I walk out, right? I don't want to get in conversation with the greeter at the door because it's phony as well. But like, it's like phony communalism in the United States. Whereas like France and other countries, true communalism, right? You have a need, healthcare, social insurance, childcare, whatever. We will provide for that need. So one thing you don't hear in France, like you hear here or other countries, you don't hear about how this person's superior to this one. And I think that's a big thing. So that's why, like with socialism, I've always said, like, you got to be careful with it, just for the fact that it is talking about the workers taking over the means of production instead of having. I mean, the workers can take over the means of production, but then you get communism, you get Stalinism, and all that. So, like, even with communism, we talk about communism, which is more of a political system than an economic system, and then you have. Do you have a strong leader? Do you have a strong Politburo? Marxist-Leninism, if we talk about communism, is more about having a Politburo and having, the people at the top, Stalinism, having one guy at the top determining everything. Then you have the internationalist approach, which is what Trotsky was. And then you have socialism within a country, which is what Stalin did. So there's so many things that we can talk about with socialism. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I know political theory, especially when it does come to socialist political theory. It's not that I necessarily agree with it. I find it very interesting. As a matter of fact, one of the books I'm reading, I might read this a little bit tonight before I go to bed. This book called Reds, The Tragedy of American Communism. And it talks about the split between the socialists who eventually became the communists and stuff like that. Very good read so far. I've only gotten a little bit into it, but excellent. Okay, another super chat. Thank you very much. There was socialism before Marx. Just you don't know. I mean, there always has. I mean, I guess like Marx put it into writing as a political theory. So, for example, let me give you an example about English. Right? The English language has been around for a while and for a long time, from Old English on to now. But one of the things was we didn't identify what English was. So people were speaking in, let's say, the 12th, 13th, 14th century. They were speaking English, but there was no such thing as a noun or a verb or an adjective or a relative clause or any of these things. And in the 1500s, all of a sudden, there was a writer who I think of it originally wrote about Dutch, if I don't remember, but then applied it to English, that he all of a sudden said, this is a noun, this is a verb, this is an adjective. So I absolutely agree. I think a lot of stuff was in practice beforehand, but we didn't actually necessarily put it in a book and label it until a later day. And I think that's where we're talking about with socialism. So I agree with that there. All right. I have no more tea. Let's see. How do you feel about the odds of Democrats after 2026? For 2026, after I'm getting so tired now. I'm 6 hour stream. I guess it can. I don't know if any of you watch weather live streams, and Max Velocity. Man, that guy has some stamina to him, but he's about like probably 25 years younger than I am. I feel better. I feel better because it comes down to, this is why I don't like polls. And I mentioned this in my other videos. Polls do not account for voter turnout. These votes, the Nowcast model accounts for, hey, we're making a prediction based on people who have actually submitted a ballot. And I think that's important. Oh, you're welcome. Two Seeker X. Am I a social democrat? I mean, I am a social democrat. I'm not, and see, this is why I think so funny and why Bernie Sanders is not democratic socialism, because he believes in the capitalist system. Really, he does. He don't believe in unfettered capitalism, but he believes in a capitalist system. All right. He lives in the capitalist system. I can't think of any like necessarily true socialist. And I think if you said I'm a true socialist, I'm a democratic socialist. And again, democratic socialism is the idea of taking over the means of production, but using that power to then determine what it is. So, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream. So let's say you have a factory and the means of production are owned by the workers and they own that factory. Then they go through a democratic process as to how that factory moves ahead. They go into a process of voting for a foreman and voting for what products to produce, how much, and it goes to a vote. And it's democratic as far as the will of the workers then determining what happens in that factory. Okay, that's democratic socialism. Zoran Mondani is not a democratic socialist. So, yeah. So, I mean, I'm not a social butterfly. One of the reasons why I'm looking forward, again, like I said, one of the reasons I'm looking forward to moving to Europe is I can just go into a place, buy something, leave. I can talk, I can interact, I can enjoy time speaking and having fun with other people. But the nice thing about Paris, there is, like when I was doing my videos when I was living in Paris, it was nice to sit there at KB Coffee, okay, over at near Montmartre, and just be in my zone, focusing on the script for my video for that day. So that's really nice to just be able to zone in and do that. So I mean, I lived in Quebec for 2 years. My master's degree years from McGill. So, but again, you got to remember, saying a poll is accurate is not accurate because a poll is not a predictive model for the future. A poll is a snapshot in time. So a poll technically cannot be accurate except for if we're looking at the exit poll, which is actually more of a Nowcast model because it's actually counting the people coming out of that. So, all right, another super chat. Thank you very much. I think it's funny that you think socialist theory started with Marx. Socialism started with the early 19th century with utopian socialism. Basis for social democracy. Okay. I'm not saying it started with Marx. I'm saying it's the idea of I would say more of the class consciousness started with Marx. Maybe the ideas of socialism didn't, but the class consciousness aspects of it did, maybe more than the collectivism of it. And Marx being able to connect the economic struggle to the political struggle. I think this is another thing too. We look at Communist Manifesto or whatever, that he's trying to show there's a pure link to that. So I think that's where you're right. I mean, you're right with that, but that's where I think Marx gets the credit. Yeah, so it's like whoever gangster it like this shows. Let me see. Did this person hold on a second. I'm gonna see. So yeah, like this person here, radical communist Zoran Marksdani. There's the ignorance of the Republicans, right? Like they're very stupid and they like buzzwords, but they don't even know what the buzzwords mean. They're very, very, very dumb people. Very dumb, very, very ignorant, very stupid. So yeah. So if you're interested, Canada is so I mean, I've done elections. I got like I said, my master's degree is from McGill University in voting behavior in Canada, particularly Quebec. My thesis is actually part of the National Assembly collection at the Bibliothèque in Quebec City. So I know Quebec extremely well. Someone remembered my my 3 R's. And sorry, this is where your political correctness needs to end with Democrats, because I said 3 R's are, I even got to remember them, like rich, religious, and retarded, right? And someone will say, oh, you said the word retarded. Live with it. That's why people don't like Democrats a lot of time, because they feel that if you use some word some way and it's not the politically correct stuff, that you'll get disowned or whatever. So yeah. What result shocked you the most? I think the Georgia one did. I mean, let's see. Oh, okay. We're starting to get a few votes coming in from, but it's going to be a long one. Let me see if we got any update on Seattle. We don't. I think I closed it. I think the Georgia one was the one that surprised me the most, because that was a 20% gain, though it was kind of more like a special election. So I did have a feeling that both of the gubernatorial elections were going to be double digits. I hinted to that in my last few videos, right? So I did think that they were going to be double digits. So yeah. But why? This is what we got to ask ourselves. Was it a pure, did Republicans not show up to vote, or did we have a fundamental shift in many Republican voters? Because as I mentioned in Florida's 1st congressional district, we did have that. In Florida's 1st congressional district in the special election, where Jimmy Patronis won, he received less votes than the amount of Republicans, registered Republicans, who voted in that election. So that means there were a significant chunk of Republicans that voted for the Democrats. Okay, when you're in a state that has people that register by party and you have a very large unaffiliated and minor party, both candidates should be able to get the same amount of votes as the register of the party, and then you kind of have the balance between the unaffiliated voters. Jimmy Patronis did not have that. So what we're basically saying is, if every registered Democrat voted for the Democrat and every registered independent and unaffiliated voter and minor party voted for the Democrats, then there were still Republicans who voted for the Democrats. We have seen this. And honestly, in Florida, that was the first time that I ever saw that. That was the first time I was like, hold them back, because they're special elections. Today was our first real election. Yeah, this was good. This was really good. All right, so it has been a very long night. So I'm going to go ahead and close out. I want to thank you all very much. Thank you for the super chats, for those who donated. Greatly appreciated. It means a lot. And yeah, so probably, hopefully I'll make some videos. Like I said, the problem is in 2 days from now, I have to go to Burlington. Then I need to come back here, drive all the way back from Burlington. Then 2 weeks after that, I need to go to Ottawa, take the oath for citizenship for Slovakia, and then come back. So it's going to be a busy month, and I need to get my history videos done. But I am going to try to get some videos done, see if we can look at some of the results, see if we can glean anything out of them. All right, so that's it. Thank you all very much for joining me. Good to do this again, and hopefully, I'll be able to continue the channel over the next year. If you want to support the channel, please, like I said, again, what kind of gets me going is if I know this can work. And for people who want to be members, who want to be Patreon members as well, with the Patreon, like I said, you get my history stuff as well. Support the channel, give me the confidence I need to move forward, because I think after the 2024 election, my views just dropped and I just had no confidence in continuing this. Today kind of helped. All right, well, thank you all very much. I'll see you all next time. A year from now. No, I'll have